Good morning, everyone. My name is Nicole Colston, and I'm a professor here at Oklahoma State, and I operate out of the Water Resource Center. And it's been my real privilege to be part of the planning committee for CADRE. So I'm so excited. I can't see all your faces, but I'm so glad to see you on. And I wanted to take this opportunity to just thank Kay and all the other planners that worked really hard on setting this up. And also to say that I'm excited to bring to the table some issues with open access data, data management, and sharing with all of you data geeks on the other side. I know that there's computational scientists and researchers and librarians. And I hope that we today can sort of talk about some of the issues that we all might commonly face about how to organize and share and manage data, but in the very important context of water resource management here in Oklahoma. So we have today for you an amazing panel. Each of them are involved in some way or another with water resource management in the state and with dealing with open access and volunteer collected data. So we recognize there's an increasing popularity of the concept of citizen science and the utility of using volunteers or citizens to collect data that we might not otherwise. And here, Oklahoma, that's especially important. But many times the question is, what is the role of this citizen collected data or even open access data in the way that we changing things, policy advocacy or public education or decision making. So the goal today is to look at that aspect from several angles. And I want to leave plenty of time for questions. So I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to invite our first speaker, Jason Vogel from the Oklahoma Water Survey, to kick us off.
All right, thank you very much. Is my screen sharing with my presentation right now?
You are, but you're not in, there you go. Well, you're in presenter mode.
There we go. I think we're good now, right?
Good.
Okay, we get everything ready to go. Well, thank you very much, Nicole, and thank you for the organizers for putting this conference together. I'm excited to participate in this panel and kick it off talking about the data portal that we put together here at the Oklahoma Water Survey, but maybe a little more broadly, talking about some of the challenges with using open access data, especially including citizen science data for providing data that is not only accessible, but also quality, and it's usable for a given purpose in an online platform. So with the Water Survey data portal, we started off and we knew that there was an abundance of water data out there on the internet in a lot of different forms. Sometimes it's available, but it may not be easily accessible in a way that decision makers and the public can actually use it in a meaningful way. So we started the data portal as kind of a one-stop shop to link to all the different databases that are out there and get as much information all in one place so that whoever wanted to access that data would be able to find it in a relatively easy way. So we have on the portal, we have many different types of data that link to the different sources where the data is stored. There's a lot of great organizations putting it out there in different formats, but it is out there, but sometimes it's very disparate and it's hard to find. And this includes federal, state, and others that do this. So I wanted to just start a little bit by showing what our portal looks like, and we can start talking about that. So has my Explorer moved over my screen right now? Great. So here's our water survey website. It's okh2o.org, and if you scroll down that, you'll come to the data portal. And then on our data portal, as I mentioned, we have different types of data. Some of this data may be internal data from the water survey. Much of it is from other sources. But as you click on each type, here's some bacteria data. This is specific to data that we collect at the water survey. And we have it on here with all of our associated quality assurance data, those types of things. There's many different types of data, stream flow data that comes from the federal and state, water rights data from the state, and water use data that comes from state and federal sources, and wetland on down the list, as you can see. And a special note that this website and portal was partially funded by the NSF EPSCAR program through the grant that's denoted on here. So we put this together as kind of a way for folks to be able to link to anything they would want to know about water in Oklahoma. And that's the first step, being able to find it. But how do you assess it and how do you utilize it is the next step. And some of these things may be hard to access. And here's one of the types of data that we have gone and worked a little bit more with. We have talked to several folks that want to know about wastewater discharges, and wastewater discharges are found federally through the EPA Enforcement and Compliance History Online database. And there's a lot of different things that you can find on there, and they're discharged from the wastewater treatment plants into our streams in Oklahoma. But when you go into this database, it's very large and very deep in layers as you're trying to find things. So we went and we used some Python scripts so we can download that data every year and put it out there in a format that is much easier for somebody to digest. It's still pretty dense, but it's much easier to utilize. And this is just one example of monthly discharge into our streams, because you might think that wastewater treatment plant effluent is relatively consistent, but it's not necessarily relatively consistent. And some months may be much more than others for many different reasons. But that's just one example of the many different things that are out there related to water. And but when you get that data, one thing that's really important for us to think about is data quality. And there's procedures out there for data quality assessment for different types of data, whether it be internal from an organization that's putting it on their own website, or something that somebody's bringing in externally to help solve a problem. And when you're thinking about data, and this is very the base of when you're, especially water quality data, but really any kind of data, what are the different parameters that we talk about when we're looking at quality? And so there's precision, accuracy, comparability, completeness, sensitivity. All these things are so important. But when you're just finding data out there on the internet, a lot of that stuff sometimes isn't there. So I just wanted to kind of, once again, lay the foundation of thinking about all these things. The first one is the precision. So that's how close in agreement are you to a series of measurements. If you measure the same thing over and over again, would you get about the same value? And so that kind of talks about the methods that you utilize. And so if something has high precision, that's going to be pretty tight there, like this bullseye that's up here. If it's low precision, it's going to be more of a wider shotgun pattern. And so that's one of the first things we want to look at. If you just find a number on the internet, you may not know that, but sometimes if you dig deeper, you can find that. The next one is accuracy. And so you may have something that's very precise, but it's not precise on the right number. So, so once again, that'd be like this one right up here. Oops, that you aren't by the right number here. High precision, high accuracy. It's repeatable, it's reliable, and it's right there where you want it to be. So that's some other type of information that you want to know about your data. Next, another important one is representativeness. And this goes to what does the data, what was it collected for, and what is it trying to show? And when you're thinking about water quality, one way to think about that might be how was the data collected? If you're collecting something out of a stream and you collect it at one time, that's called a grab sample. And so that represents what was going on right at that particular time. Whereas if you're trying to get how much is coming down the stream for an entire week, maybe you want to collect multiple samples or or get a composite sample, a sample that represents what's going on over a period of time. There's also on your analysis stuff that's in the sample, so what's called matrix heterogeneity. There may be things in the sample that allow you to not analyze it as well. All of these things that are supporting to that one value that comes in our database, that to really judge it, and especially if you're trying to do something that is has high risk associated with it, whether it be human health or other things, you want to know that that's a quality data that you're utilizing. So having that backup information once again in your platform to the extent that you can is very, very important. Next is comparability. So if two groups collect the same type of thing and analyze it, is their information going to be similar? So is their information going to be similar? And we want to know that as well. So we want to make that, and that's important for us. And finally, completeness. Do we represent the data the way that we want to collect all the information we need? And when we're using outside sources, how do we know the completeness of that? Sensitivity is whether or not you can actually see it at the levels that's important. If you're thinking about human health once again, and if it's a level if the level that you can detect it is too high for human health, then for a human health indicator, you may not know whether or not somebody would get sick if they're in that water. So all of those things are important on that. All of those things lead into data usability. You need to know the quality of that data and what it was collected for is to know whether or not it's appropriate for another use. And finally, the very hard thing that all of these other things are science-based is financing. And that can be political, that's economic, it's a lot of different things. To maintain these things and keep all of this information together, it costs money. And there needs to be the will to put that money forward to continue to maintain a database of this type of quality and utility for folks that are out there. So the challenges that we're looking at for open access data is accessibility, quality assessment, usability for different purposes, and finally financing, because maintenance, not initial setup, but maintenance over the long term is sometimes much, much harder for us. And here's my team. I always like to brag on them because they're great and they work very, very hard, and nothing we do would be possible without the help of our team. So I think we have questions at the end, probably.
Yep. If you have any questions, you can pop them in the Slack or in the Q&A function of the Zoom platform, and we'll answer them. And thank you, Cheyenne, for sharing the Google document if you want to follow along. And thank you to Dr. Vogel and the Oklahoma Water Survey. I know that you put a lot of thought in all of those considerations you shared with us today and how you developed the portal. And it's, you know, a really usable, cost-effective, and useful tool. So I encourage everybody to check it out. And I thank you for framing the conversation for us today, just about how, you know, we might access, use, and support open access data. Next up, we have Shanon Phillips, and she's with the Oklahoma Conservation Commission and the Water Quality Division, and to talk a little bit about Blue Thumb. So we've got the next two speakers to share a little bit about some of their citizen science volunteer collected data here in the state and how we use it. So Shanon, take it away.
Well, good morning. Thank you. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Well, again, thank you to the organization for putting this together and giving us an opportunity to really talk about the value of citizen science and hopefully ways that we can all, you know, really make this investment in data collection even more valuable than it already is. So I am director of the division at the Oklahoma Conservation Commission, and to talk to you about our Blue Thumb water quality education program. This is our longest running volunteer citizen science program. And although we are beginning a sort of similar program to soil health data collection, this is really where, you know, we've tried and learned lots of lessons, and we think have developed a really important program founded in citizen science. So let's see if it will change my slide. Okay, there we go. All right, so the mission of the Blue Thumb program is really stream protection or education through stream protection. And we hope that we're going to empower people to protect water resources by really understanding them better. Along the way, we also hope to collect some water quality data that helps us better understand our state resources. So the program is funded primarily by EPA Clean Water Act Section 319 funds, and we devote approximately 20% of our staff in the Water Quality Division to this program specifically. Overall, the mission of our water quality program at the Conservation Commission is to protect Oklahoma water bodies from non-point source pollution. And a big part of that is focused on monitoring and assessment. So our agency monitoring program, the rotating basin monitoring program, which is noted in the bright blue water drops, monitors about 250 small streams across the state. And to get full coverage of that, we rotate through basins in the state where we generally monitor about 100 streams at a time for 2 out of every 5 years before we rotate back through the cycle. Blue Thumb, though, which is noted with the purple water drops, has added about 300 sites to that coverage. And the 80, or approximately 80 that are in the dark purple, are our currently active blue sites. So most of these sites are sites that we would not otherwise be collecting data on. Our Blue Thumb volunteer monitors monitor 12 months out of every year, generally year in and year out. And so just an example, in our last normal year before the pandemic in 2019, our Blue Thumb team and volunteers monitored 84 streams with about 280 active volunteers. And overall, those volunteers logged 800 hours in monitoring and education time. So that's a really important addition to what we're able to do with our overall water quality program and our non-point source program. So volunteers are people from all walks of life, ranging from, we begin with high school students, although, we may do some training for younger students. It really, our volunteers are high school and older, ranging all the way up to retirees. We have school teachers, engineers, chemists, farmers, business people, and many others. They contribute significant hours each year to our program in training. They participate in quarterly quality assurance sessions, also in their actual sample collection, preparation, and then sample analysis. So some of the work, which includes the stream monthly sample analysis, is work that they do on their own, but other parts of the monitoring, like our biological monitoring and biological sample preparation or quality assurance sessions, are accompanied by our Blue Thumb support staff just for quality assurance purposes. If we're going to be investing, and these people are investing time in collecting this data, then we need to do our best to make sure that it is quality data and can be used for multiple purposes. So the Blue Thumb data is a huge asset to our program because many volunteers are long-term monitors. They are monitoring monthly, as I said, year in and year out. And, compared to some of our other programs, we aren't able to collect as much data temporally as our Blue Thumb can collect. They are collecting information on general site conditions. They're completing chemical sampling. We're doing biological analysis, which includes twice a year benthic microinvertebrate collections, a fish collection once every 5 years, and then also the habitat assessment. And although we can't outfit every volunteer team with monitoring meters and expensive testing equipment, we do provide them with a basic kit that includes the safety equipment and monitoring equipment they'll need, along with the chemicals for the analyses. So also, although most of the chemical testing is conducted with Hawk powder pillows or test strips, and so therefore is not necessarily as complete or comprehensive as our laboratory analyzed samples. Other methods, collections like our biological and habitat collections, are almost completely analogous to what our professional staff build, and therefore we use that data for the exact same purposes we use the data collected by our professional staff. So also important is that some sites have only a few years worth of data, while other sites have more than 20 years worth of accumulated data. So it's a powerful record of the conditions of many small streams, either relative to other streams in the same region, to the degree of watershed development, or just as those streams have evolved over the last 25 or more years of the program. So this analysis is generally sufficient to gain an understanding of the overall health of a stream, and in some cases, we use it to help prioritize places where further investigation is warranted. The Blue Thumb data is primarily used for education. Many of the people who attend our trainings do not become long-term monitors, but that's really okay because they do leave with an understanding of of the importance of our water resources, and really that they can be part of the solution to address them. But as I said before, we have a core group of Blue Thumb volunteers that are long-term disciples. Their sites have 5, 10, often more than 20 years worth of data, and they have transmitted the importance of that stream to their city councilmen, sometimes their city maintenance staff, their legislators, and of course, to their family and friends. Some have built 501c3s and started lawsuits to protect their streams, although most of them really just use the time and the information that they gain to make a difference in their own lives and the lives of their families. We do use the data collected with the methods that are consistent with our professional staff, which again is primarily the biological data for assessment purposes in the 305B and 303D reports that the state develops every 2 years. In the past, we've also made recommendations for 305B and 303D assessments using fecal indicator bacteria fecal bacteria indicator testing and also dissolved oxygen analysis. And actually about 6% or 50 of the 800 water bodies that are on Oklahoma's 303D list currently were put there only with Blue Thumb data. As I said, the data has empowered volunteers to make certain water quality issues or bring those issues to light with their local communities and force further study or even implement changes that really address those challenges. It's amazing what what a local volunteer who has, dedicated their own personal time, the effort that they will make to make sure that everybody understands their concerns about to protect their stream. And then finally, as I said before, we also use it in our overall non-point source program planning to help us understand about where to prioritize resources, develop watershed-based plans that will help us come up with solutions for those watersheds. So if you are interested in our Blue Thumb data, the first place to start is with Carla Spinner, who is our OCC data manager. But the other great person to talk to is Kim Shaw, who is our Blue Thumb Quality Assurance Officer. Not all of the Blue Thumb data is going to be in our water quality database, and so Kim is a great person to help you understand what other information is out there. That data is also available through WQX or formerly known as Storette. The assessment data is available in Attains. We also have a website, which is a great place to learn more about what the Blue Thumb program is and what it does, and maybe even sign up for a training if you're interested. And then finally, we do have further information on our OCC website, although I have to admit that that is currently undergoing a major renovation, and so many of the links are not currently functional. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions at the appropriate time about the program.
All right, just a quick check. Is everybody able to see my screen?
Yes.
Alrighty. So I will be talking about some of the precipitation data that is available with COCORAS, which is a volunteer group, and COCORAS stands for Community Collaborative Rain, Hail, and Snow Network. Now, COCORAS really got its beginning or started back in July of 1997. Late on that evening, there were heavy thunderstorms that developed along the Front Range of Colorado near Fort Collins, Colorado. And these storms were not overly impressive to a lot of the people who were there. There wasn't a lot of thunder with them. There was a little bit of flashes and thunder of lightning, a little bit of thunder, but they were unique in Colorado because they just sat in one area for a long time. and they produced a lot of rainfall. In fact, between 8:30 and 10 p.m., there were several areas on the west side of Fort Collins that got about 5 inches of rain in just an hour and a half. Rainfall rates were as high as 5 to 6 inches per hour, and some locations got as much as 10 inches of rain in only about a 5-hour period. There was an area of about 30 square miles that got really heavy rainfall. And of course, all of this rain combined with heavy rain that occurred the previous morning resulted in some pretty severe flash flooding across Fort Collins. It was damaging in the sense that more than 200 homes were destroyed. There was $100 million in damage on the CSU, Colorado State campus. And unfortunately, there were even 5 fatalities because of the widespread flooding and damage that occurred. And of course, with the rain falling between 8:30 and 10 o'clock, it was at night, it was dark. Some people had gone to bed already. So this was really an impactful event that also just happened to occur in the same city in which the Colorado Climate Center was located. So basically what happened was there are some automated rain gauges across the city, but not that many. So in the weeks following this event, employees at the Colorado Climate Center worked very hard to document the event. They went to residents, they asked them questions, they looked for official and non-official gauges. And what they learned was that this event was very localized. And you can see on the right there, this map, that only a really small area got the really heavy rain. This is about 12 miles long and about 2 to 3 miles wide. And only a really small area got over a foot of rain, which is a ton of rain for Colorado. Now, they figured out that every rainfall event, you're not gonna be able to have a whole bunch of people go out and do these in-depth interviews and try to find any available data that's out there. So they found that there was really a need for more precipitation observations, not only in Fort Collins and not only in Colorado, but everywhere. And so that really birthed COCORAZ. Nolan Duskin, who was the assistant state climatologist at the time and the founder of COCORAZ, started the project in 1998 because of this event. In 2003, they got a grant, which really allowed them to start expanding into other states. And I believe the first COCORAZ observers in Oklahoma began in about 2006. So today, COCORAZ really is all about detailed mapping of precipitation nationwide. There are 20,000 active volunteers, and on any given day, we usually have about a little bit more than 10,000, sometimes as much as 15,000 precipitation observations from the country. Now, why this is important and how it can be useful to a lot of different groups, and of course, we've probably experienced this in Oklahoma with all of our thunderstorms, is that rain does not fall the same on all. Sometimes it's very localized. So just a couple examples from Oklahoma showing some of the COCORAZ data. This is an example I like to show because in Oklahoma, we are very fortunate to have what's called the Oklahoma Mesonet. Some of you may be familiar with it. It's 120 stations across the state. But with only about 1 to 3 Mesonet stations in each county, it can miss some of these very localized rainfall events. So for example, in Cleveland County on this day, the Mesonet station reported 0 inches of rainfall. But when we hop over here to the map on the left and we look at the COCORAZ data, we can see that just southeast of the Mesonet, almost a ½ inch of rain fell. And really the central and southeast side of Norman that day got around a ½ inch of rain, which we would have not known about outside of maybe radar estimations because that particular thunderstorm missed the Mesonet station. And of course, there are localized impactful events too. That was showing an event with a ½ inch of rain. This is showing COCORAZ observations for when 2 to 3 inches of rain fell in a very short period of time. And of course, that led to some flash flooding in Oklahoma City. Now, COCORAZ data is typically once per day. Observers will report at about 7 a.m., but they also have the opportunity to submit what's called significant weather reports which if you get 2 inches in an hour, which was common on this day, the observer can report that in a severe, significant weather report, which that information is then immediately available online, and it goes to National Weather Service forecasters as well. Another cool thing that can be done with COCORA's maps is monitoring events that occur over maybe longer periods of time. So I've got a map here that covers about a week worth of data. And we can see that there was really heavy rainfall. This is back in 2019 when the Tulsa area had a lot of severe flooding. We can see that over that week-long period, we see lots of reports of 11, 14 inches of rain, 10 inches of rain, even over 8 in the Tulsa area. And so this can be used to see how much rain fell over a longer period of time as well as that flooding develops. And then of course, extreme precipitation. This isn't in Oklahoma, but this is back with Hurricane Florence in 2018 in North Carolina. And this map covers only a period of 4 days. You can see there are some stations that reported over 30 inches of rain in that time frame. And that of course led to some historic flooding in that area. There's also data available for individual stations. If you want to really just drill down and see, all right, how much rain fell on the northwest side of Stillwater. Hopefully there's an observer there. You can access graphs that show how much rain fell each month and how that compares to average. Or you can see exactly when the heaviest rain fell throughout the year, or maybe when the dry periods happened. It looked like July 2019, there was basically no rain in Norman. And if you want to really mess with the data, you can download Excel documents as well that will show all of that information for a given station for what's called the water year, which I think is September through, or begins and ends in September. And then of course there's drought monitoring, because we care about when it rains, but we also care about when it doesn't rain. And so COCORA's observers can submit information about what drought impacts are happening in their area, how plants are responding, how lake levels look. And then of course, we also have all of the zeros. So this is a map from just a few days ago with with several thousand zero reports across the Southwest US. And that of course happens to be where there's some pretty severe drought happening right now. So zeros are important, and so are the rainfall, and all of that data is accessible. And of course we care about that because drought has impacts on things like agriculture and water availability and quality. So COCORA's data can really be used for a lot of different purposes, and all of this data is available in many different places. So I've got some of the websites available there. COCORAS.org is really the place to start, but you can access the precipitation maps as well as the data itself. And of course, if anyone ever has any questions about COCORAS, I've placed my email on the screen as well. So with that, thank you all for your time.
Thanks, everybody. I'm going to talk about 4 things today. I'm going to give you just a brief overview of who the Groundwater Protection Council is and what we do. I'm going to talk a little bit about the data that we help provide, or that we help make available in the world through our interaction with states. I'm going to talk about some of the challenges with citizen data on the oil and gas side, and a couple examples where that can work. And then I'm going to give some examples of citizen science and citizen data on the water side, and I've got a bunch of links that I'll share in the chat and in Slack later. So first, briefly, the Groundwater Protection Council is a national association, and we're headquartered in Oklahoma City. That's just by some historical happenstance. We've been around for almost 40 years, not quite, and I've been with the council for 20. We're a national association and our members are state agencies. So that's a little weird. We're not a government agency, but all of our members are. And those are from 2 basic groups. The state DEQs that are not always called the DEQ, but in Oklahoma it is. The Oklahoma DEQ, the Water Quality Division, is a member. And then the state oil and gas regulatory agencies. So in Oklahoma, that's the Oklahoma Corporation Commission. And again, those things are called something different in every state. So those are the 2 bodies that make up the members of our board of directors, and then the members of our organization at large. And then of course, when we have conferences and that sort of thing, we bring in all different types of industry and federal agencies and so on. But again, I really serve in my role and all of our staff, these state agencies. So one of the major programs that we have had for longer than I've been here, about 25 years, we've been working with the state oil and gas agencies on data management and really on what I would call a well-centric data management initiative for permitting, for field inspection, for all the things that state agencies have to do over the life cycle of an oil and gas or injection well. And then, so to that end, there's two sources of data I think you all should be interested in. First, the more complicated one is RBDMS. So we have a website, rbdms.org. That stands for Risk-Based Data Management System, which is a really old name that made sense 25 years ago, but we haven't changed it because it's recognizable. That data management system is actually the system that the states use for their regulatory program, but also is the system they use to kick out public data. So there's no central location for 20 different states' oil and gas and UIC data. Each one of those is actually doing that on their own website. So if you go to the Oklahoma Corporation Commission's website, or if you just Google Oklahoma Corporation Commission RBDMS, you'll find their data management site. We helped create that. We've helped create several in other states. And I can dig around and help if you're wanting, a particular state, I can help you find their website. And then again, each state decides for themselves what data to make public and what data you can download. Is it, can you get all inspection data, or can you just get header data on wells and that sort of thing? So you kind of got to dig in a little bit and figure out from there, like, what's available. Then moving on to a couple of the easier options, we also helped create a phone app called Well Finder, or actually called RBDMS Well Finder, that you can download on your iPhone or iPad, or even on a Google, and it looks basically like that. You can't download any data from Well Finder. It's really just kind of a first look tool, right? So you can open up the map and it will immediately show you wells that are in your general vicinity. I think it's about a 3 or 4 mile radius standard when you first open it, but then just using your hand, you can zoom out and scroll around. And I think we've got 10 or 12 states in there so far, and we're working with other states to put that information in there. You can find out the general information about the well: who owns it, what type of well is it active or inactive, and then for most of the states, Oklahoma included, you can actually click into it, get more detail, and then there'll be a link to their own database. Now on your phone, that's going to take you to the Corporation Commission website, which again, you're not going to be able to download data on your phone, but then you can actually go out to a web browser and find those. But it's a real fun kind of first look tool. Helps you find out, what wells are in your area, and the different icons tell you what kind of wells they are. And then lastly, and this is a national database, we also operate Frac Focus, which is fracfocus.org is the website. If you two different ways to get well information. There's the find a well search tool, where you can type in an API number or the name of a well, or you can search by state and county and that sort of thing, and kind of drill down to the hydraulic fracturing information for one well. Or if you're on the homepage of Frac Focus, if you scroll down, there's a way to download all the data. So you can just pull a SQL Server download of all the current data. It's not necessarily always up to date for right now today, but it's usually within the last 30 days, sometimes 60, depending on when we're uploading that. That data is entered by the companies, right? So several states require companies to report their hydraulic fracturing jobs to Frac Focus, and the companies then have a login, and the data there is the chemical data, the chemical constituents of the frac fluid. It's the water quantity data, and a few other types of things. So again, lots of researchers are downloading that data and doing general research on that. So again, that's free to you to download. and use as you see fit. So I would recommend you kind of tool around on that. So then I also just want to talk about, from our perspective as a national organization, some of the good kind of citizen data out there, and then some of the challenges on the oil and gas side. So let me talk about oil and gas first. There is some citizen science going on, but not a ton. And part of the issue is that when you're running a regulatory program, there are very strict kind of QA/QC protocols for any kind of data you're going to use for a regulatory action, right? So that makes it hard to use citizen collected data for that. And also, it's a challenge to kind of educate the general public on what even is a violation or what isn't a violation, right? And so some of the states that have tried to involve citizens a little bit more, some of the challenges they get is, one, something that to you or me, you drive by a well site, you see something ugly, you take a picture of it. Is this a violation? Well, it might not be, right? It might not be, it might be unsightly, but it may not actually have any anything in law that makes it a true violation. So that's difficult. And what ends up happening is states get way more data coming their direction. They actually have time to deal with, you know? And so it ends up being a detriment instead of a positive. Where some states are being successful, though, is using kind of the citizen science and alerts as kind of a first look, right? Like, hey, check out this well site, and maybe that gets on the list, and then an inspector who's going to be out there anyway can drive by and say, okay, is this a violation or is it not? The other place that's been successful, and I've got a good example from the state of Indiana, is on remediation efforts. And so I've got a great write-up from one of my staff who was the oil and gas director in Indiana previously, and using kind of citizen collected data and information and pictures and that sort of thing, they were able to locate a saltwater spill, and then over time actually using volunteer help remediate that. So there is, I think, some potential connection there. But again, for the oil and gas side of the things, it's just a little bit more difficult because we're dealing with hard-nosed regulatory programs that need very specific QA/QC for data that they would use for any kind of corrective action. And then finally, and this is the stuff that I'll make sure we get posted on Slack for you all. I've got several examples just to briefly tell you about on both kind of citizen involvement and good data available on the water quality side. So first up, the U.S. Forest Service maintains a citizen science page. I'll post a link of that to the chat, but you could also just Google Forest Service citizen science. The U.S. Forest Service does a lot of water quality work, a lot of groundwater protection work, and they collect a lot of good data and engage with citizens. Another really good one from USGS is the National Water Quality Monitoring Network. And so there's a website where several states are now flowing data to the National Monitoring Network. This is all groundwater monitoring data, and it's also available for download and use. I haven't done that myself, but and then two more, and I'll be done. EPA has a citizen science page, and there's a ton of resources on the EPA citizen science page that kind of direct you to a lot of different areas. So I just want to make you all aware of that. A lot of good source water protection efforts are done by citizens because that's not a regulatory program. It's a like, how can we do, you know, better work program. So I'm going to wrap up there, and then again, happy to take any questions.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get started here. I'm going to piggyback a little bit, going back to Charles's presentation, and sort of build on something he started as he was wrapping up. So one of the, and really this is going to be kind of a call to action, actually, from a citizen science standpoint, and in terms of what citizens really can do to help us address one of these really critical issues that plagues the Southern Great Plains, Oklahoma, and surrounding areas. It's part of our history. It's part of our identity in some ways from a weather and climate standpoint, this issue of drought, right? So my name's Jeff Basara. I'm in the School of Meteorology. I'm also in the School of Civil Engineering and Environmental Science at the University of Oklahoma, and work within our hydrology and water security program at the University of Oklahoma. And I just want to spend a few moments talking about how citizens may be able to make a real impact on our drought monitoring in the region and help us with drought science. So I always want to start with one of these because I think that it's important to really capture the concept of drought. And you know, I mentioned that this is the identity sometimes of what the state of Oklahoma is. And when you go outside the state of Oklahoma, you see people that, you know, this is what they think of. They think of the Dust Bowl. They think of, you know, these iconic images of really degradation of the land surface conditions, but also the impact and the human suffering that occurred with it. And it's important to remember that the largest mass migration of human beings in this last century occurred because of this environmental set of conditions during the Dust Bowl period. So it wasn't just that it imposed its will in terms of drought across the southern Great Plains. It had serious impacts and led to mass migration of human beings out of the region. Now, as part of this, though, let's take a step back and think about drought from a perspective of, you know, what can a citizen really do? And part of it is we want to move the needle on this particular image. So this is often referred to as the hydrological cycle, or portion of it. And this is a kind of a neat illustration of it. You know, when everybody's happy when it's raining, unless it rains too much, like Charles pointed out earlier, like 2019, obviously that was too much rain. 2015 was the same way. We saw flooding in the region. But in general, especially this time of year, we're happy. It's raining. It's the rainy season. We should be getting our rain. And the development of, you know, apathy can actually occur where, you know, we're not, when it stops raining, we're really not concerned because, hey, we've got enough rain. It's all good. And that can continue on well after drought begins. And it's only down the road sometimes that, oh my gosh, there's awareness and concern and then panic on what happens with our water resources, but also our vegetation conditions, its impact on social infrastructure as well. You know, there is a real concern in terms of being able to, you know, once we get to these points down on the right-hand side, it's often too late in terms of having a substantial impact. Now, here's where the issue is on a citizen science standpoint when it comes to drought. Where can citizens actually help? Right? Where can citizen science actually play a role in this process? Obviously, we'd like to move the needle further left, because if we can move the needle further left in terms of reaction of the community, then we can actually do a better job of maintaining water resources through the environmental condition that occurs. It's just that simple. So it's important to have an opportunity to sort of, and really the citizen science has an opportunity to have an impact on this and move that needle maybe to the left in terms of human reaction, maybe get rid of the apathy portion of this. Now, just for those of you who don't know, there are tools out there already from, you know, that can be applicable to the broader community in terms of drought monitoring. One of those is the Drought Monitor. If you're not unfamiliar with it, there's the web link associated with it. This is produced basically every week, an update on drought conditions across the United States. There are, you know, essentially a status of what drought looks like and how it's evolving, what we call change maps. You can actually zoom in on specific states and even within states, as well as overall regions, and really get an assessment of what the current conditions of drought are in any given region. So this is a great tool. It's well used by many across the environmental sciences and also in agriculture. Charles mentioned earlier the Oklahoma Mesonet, and the precipitation measurements for the Oklahoma Mesonet are important. There's total magnitude of precipitation, but there's also other resources that are available. For example, when was the last time that a greater than a quarter inch of rain occurred in any of our stations? So here's the stations across the state of Oklahoma. In Norman, Stillwater, greater Oklahoma City area, we've had recent rain over 1/4 of an inch. So it's not too bad, but you don't have to go very far west to get to places where we're now 3 weeks into having appreciable rainfall that is of a magnitude that would be beneficial. Remember, April and May are our 2 wettest months, and June, 3 wettest months of the year. So if we're halfway through April and we're not doing well in rainfall, that's a problem, right? So this is where we can, citizens can have an active role in just monitoring their own drought conditions locally. Also, another aspect of the Oklahoma Mesonet that's really important is the Oklahoma Mesonet maintains one of the densest soil moisture monitoring networks in the world, especially from a historical standpoint. And so we measure soil moisture, and we provide it in a couple of different ways in terms of the Oklahoma Mesonet. And one of which is just a simple tool called the fractional water index. 1 is saturated, 0 is dry. And so it kind of gives a range of what the soil moisture conditions look like. And notice that even 4 inches below the soil, even though there has been a little bit of rain, soils are actually starting to dry out. Usually what we would see across the entire state this time of year is a whole bunch of 1s. And we're not seeing that actually in a lot of places. And so again, this is cause for concern. It should really clue in the community that, hey, we may have some issues on our way, right? But if you also notice with all of these, and I thought Charles did a great job earlier of, mind the gap. There are gaps in our observations in terms of our automated observations, and there's a need to fill those gaps. And how can we do that? I have to admit, a few years ago, I was working with some scientists, and this is actually from a station that's in Moreno, very near Stillwater. And this is a station that we use that is used for a lot of different reasons and resources. But we have a complex network of observations that are out there. And one of my colleagues said, why don't we put a camera system up there to surface conditions? And I will admit, at the time, this was years ago, but at the time I said, really, we're going to mount a camera to watch the grass grow. That was that was early 2012. And it was one of the more influential decisions in terms of research into drought. And let me show you why. Because when we got into 2012, we had conditions that looked pretty decent on July 1st. It was dry. It was a dry summer. It was a warm year. But the difference between the 1st of July and August 13th, from having these observations really highlighted the impact of drought conditions and the rapid transition and desiccation of the land surface during what we call flash drought, really rapid intensification of drought. And it really clued in the concept that one of the ways that we can actually monitor drought is simply by observing drought in real time in real locations. To kind of give you another idea, we can also use this for drought recovery. So this is at the end of 2014, this top image, and this is actually at a place in central Oklahoma near Washington. And this is just a small reservoir, but it's actually very dry. It's been dry. 2014 was a dry year, coming off 2011, 2012, really dry conditions. And the water resources of this whole region, the vegetation was stressed, the water resources were low. And this is the tail end of that drought. Of course, in 2015, it got really wet. We had a lot of rainfall. And it's good, right? But these two pictures tell so many words. It talks about, we can see the images of, and it's just two pictures taken from the same location, a couple of months apart. One during drought conditions, which show the water resources and the vegetation stress at the end of the growing season. The other showing the recovery of the ecosystem, but also look at the degradation. While there's more water, look at the degradation of that water. Images like this tell stories, and they are valuable in terms of monitoring in very simple ways what's happening in the environment and in the ecosystem. And from a citizen science standpoint, it's an opportunity. So kind of to throw a pitch out there, with drought, a picture is worth 1,000 words, but probably more, to be honest with you. And here's the good news. Got a phone? There's an app for that, right? So there are a couple of tools that have developed, one here on the left at the University of Oklahoma, one here on the right at Oklahoma State, that allow you to actually, from a science standpoint, capture images in the field, in the places that somebody lives, and record those images and then have those available for use for later on in terms of science. And that's the great thing. This is literally where citizens can take real-time pictures and drop them into a location that can then be utilized for science. This is where the impacts come and where they go. And so there's a couple of additional great resources. So I've provided a little bit of that. From a guidance standpoint, call to action from a citizen science standpoint, any photos are important. Great. They're important aspects of how we put our data that's been mentioned throughout this panel today into action and into reality at the places where the citizens live. So any photos like, for example, drought monitoring would be fantastic. If you can take them from the same location over different dates, that can be really important, like I just showed. And then if, make other notes. You can always make other notes and talk about the soil moisture, soil conditions, and places where you're at, or anything else. And that can be really helpful. It's an opportunity for impact. The other part of this is,
I'm sorry, Jeff, just because we're so tight on time and there's another panel coming right up behind us.
All right.
But, appreciate the sentiment. I think it's a really great way to end the panel. We began with sort of these, data quality questions, but it's important to know that even simple actions like taking a picture can help. So I want to thank the panel.
And I'll end there because take action now.
They're going to kick us off to let the next presentation. So if there are any questions, please put them in Q&A so the speakers can answer them, or in Slack. And I appreciate the panelists today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It is such a pleasure to be with you here today. I'm just delighted. I am, as Kay mentioned, I'm Andrea Norris. I am the director for the Center for Information Technology, and I also serve as the Chief Information Officer for the National Institutes of Health, and I've been there about 10 years. Normally, when I speak to conferences and events like this, I typically would talk about, focus mostly on just NIH and what the exciting things that we're doing in biomedical research and data science, and how technology is enabling that science. And I will talk about that during the course of my remarks. But as I spoke with Kay and others on the planning committee, and they thought that it might be interesting for me to share a bit about my kind of career journey as a woman leader in STEM, having served in pretty senior leadership roles at 3 very large federal agencies that are heavily involved in STEM: NASA, the National Science Foundation, and the National Institutes of Health, and to share some of the kind of takeaways or lessons learned that might hopefully be of interest to you and hopefully might benefit your career journey as well. So that's a little different than what I normally talk about. So I've had a little bit of fun trying to kind of pull that together. So I hope you do enjoy it and learn a little bit about these important agencies and some of the great work that they're doing along the way. So, but first I want to talk a bit about, let me make sure I am in the right mode here myself. I'm working with the double screen here. Okay, so first let me start and touch on just a bit. And I'm gonna, the next few slides, I'm gonna share some information from a report by the Pew Research Center, which is titled STEM Jobs See Uneven Progress in Increasing Gender, Racial, and Ethnic Diversity. And the interesting metrics, the good news is that we have a lot of people in STEM occupations, and STEM 14% of the people in all work occupations The Bureau of Labor Statistics and other federal entities define STEM in 74 different standard occupations, but largely in these primary categories: life, physical, earth sciences, engineering, architecture, computer, math, and health-related occupations, including healthcare providers. So very broad fields. And it's an area that is going to continue to grow, projecting to grow much faster than the overall economy, almost 10% over the next 10 years or so. And there is a big COVID factor, especially in the areas of scientific research and development, which is great for NIH and for many of you, and also in IT and computer related fields, specifically in areas like epidemiologists, medical scientists, biochemists, biophysicists, biological technicians. And we're already starting to see that the interest and demand because of the COVID pandemic. That's the good news. As a woman in STEM, I'm always looking at how are women doing in STEM? And of course, we have historically been underrepresented, but we are doing better in many ways. We still do remain underrepresented in certain disciplines within STEM. So very strong in the health-related areas, but okay in math and inching up. But life and physical sciences and computer and engineering are not good. The computer component is especially concerning because the trend in women going into computer and computational science has declined and stayed declining for a considerable time. And that is, of course, one of the fastest growing fields in STEM. The other interesting factor is STEM jobs pay more than most jobs in the economy. So that's always good news if this is the field you're going into. But across the board, women continue to make, in almost all cases, less money than men in the field. Still better than in other career choices, but and the gap is closing and has been closing over time, but there still is a gap. The news is there is still disparity as well when looking at race and ethnic dimensions. Black workers comprise 11% of all employed adults, but only 9% of those in STEM. And again, some very low percentages in engineering and architecture jobs. Big gap with Hispanic workers, only 8% in STEM. Asian workers are higher proportionately overrepresented, 13%, with the highest concentrations in life sciences and physical and computation. Native American, Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, 3%, and white workers are 2/3 in STEM. So why does this matter? Why do we look at this? Obviously, because we need a diverse population of individuals bringing that diverse background to solve the toughest problems we have in science, engineering, math, and technology facing our nation today. And NIH has taken this challenge very, very seriously. We have many programs and a long-standing posture to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in the national scientific, biomedical scientific workforce and ecosystem, But this spring, we really went out in a very proactive and vocal way, and taking a stand against to end structural racism and racial inequities in biomedical research. The director and all of the directors of each of the 27 institutes, of which I am one, went out with very strong statements of our position on this. We have started a new program called NIH Unite, multi-pronged program where we have begun implementation of a number of broad-scale national and NIH organizational institutional initiatives to speak not only to policies, training programs, and research, investment in research areas. But we also have a request for information out, requesting public comments, and would strongly encourage you to submit your thoughts on what you think of NIH as an organization and how it can contribute in a positive way to these challenges. Ideas for training, for partnerships, for where policies or procedures are impeding our progress in this space. This RFI has been out since March, but it's open until the 25th of April. And I would encourage you, your institutions, or you as individuals, or your communities that you participate with, to send in your thoughts on this. We are taking this very, very seriously, and believe that this is key to the future of science research, and certainly STEM in general, because we absolutely need to have the complete intellectual capital of our nation to address the complex problems and opportunities that we have ahead of us. And so I wanted to offer that as a backdrop, because those principles, those values, and that commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion has been important in my career. And it's something that I feel very strongly about speaking about and giving back to in the things that I talk about and speak to. So you'll hear more about that during the course of my conversation, but I wanted to just shift and tell you a little bit about my journey and share some things I've learned along the way that hopefully will be of interest and benefit to you in your career journey. So I started my career in the early 80s, and I was a liberal arts economics major. I wanted to go to Washington, D.C. I had friends there. I had a $200 and a joyful red Mazda and no job. And was a lot of passion, a lot of energy, a lot of excitement, and was one of about 30,000 people just like myself who showed up in Washington, that summer looking for work. Quickly, this was not good economic times. As I was pulling this chart together, I looked at the numbers of just unemployment and interest rates, and my little $4,000 car loan, I was paying 21% interest on that loan. These numbers are just staggering, and their jobs were very tough to get, especially for new graduates. And so I went to I had friends that luckily let me sleep on their couch, and but they weren't going to let me stay there for so long. And so I went to an employment company, and they said, yeah, I looked at my resume. I see you worked as a receptionist and a secretary for the summer ones. Let's put that at the top of your resume. Put that nice economics degree at the bottom. We can get you a job this afternoon. And sure enough, that's what they did. And I was just appalled, right? But that job opportunity turned out to be an amazing opportunity. I wound up working on a new it was a presidentially commissioned activity that was called the President's Private Sector Survey on Cost Control, known as the Grace Commission, because W.R. Grace, a very wealthy conglomerate owner, had kind of headed this up for President Reagan. The Reagan administration was brand new. Each administration tends to come in with some kind of management change agenda. This was the Reagan administration's change agenda. And so what they did is they brought in, it was privately funded by CEOs of the top Fortune 500 companies, and they sent in their staff to Washington and flooded them out across the federal agencies to see if they could find ways to apply business practices to find efficiencies in the federal government, the operations of the federal government. It's only supposed to last 6 months. It wound up running 2 years. It was a great introduction to the federal government, into Washington. I learned so much. They found out pretty quickly I was a pretty bad secretary and receptionist, but I was really willing to work and do almost anything else. And I was a good writer. I was a good analyst. And I wound up staying there for 2 years. I learned a lot about the government. I learned a lot about public policy. I got to work with people from so many different companies and agencies. And I, very proud I got to go to the White House, a White House event. And, and so it was really very fun, great opportunity. And if you ever want to read, what was recommended, it is ranked number 12 million on the Amazon top 100 books. You would be one of, probably 300 people who has read it. But it was a very great, what I thought was not going to be a great career entry, turned out to be a very good place to start. And that led me to, through connections there, a job in consulting. So my first decade was spent in industry. And at that time, this is in the 80s, this was when the computer was just starting. So the world of business was really starting to change. This was the IBM PC first came out, the Macintosh was coming out, the World Wide Web started officially in 1989. Women were really just making their mark in the workforce, right? The 70s was when they first really started their presence. The 80s was when they were a force to be reckoned with. You saw people invisible in positions, not very many, but you saw some women in visible positions. And by the end of the decade, women were earning more than 50% of the undergraduate and graduate degrees. Big difference. And so what did I learn from that first 10 years? Those were my early years in my career. And you would say, well, that has nothing to do with STEM, right? Well, there wasn't a lot. There was, for me, STEM is technology and science. Technology was in its infancy as we know it today in the 80s, 70s and 80s. So the things I took away from that is, your career is not going to be linear, right? If you ask people what they do today, if they thought this is what they'd be doing when they started out, the answer is going to almost always be no, right? So you're going to start somewhere, you're going to end somewhere, and you will likely have many turns and circles and loops, and that's actually okay. The key is, and I have a daughter who's beginning her career now, and she is fretting herself to death about looking for that perfect career position. And she's 27 years old. And I keep telling her, look, the advice I give most people is, figure out what you like the most about what you're doing now and what you'd like the least. And on your next move, look for more of what you like the most and look for less of what you like the least, right? And with each iteration, you'll get closer and closer to the roles that you love, right? You'll find the things that work the best for you, and you'll move further and further away from the things that are not the best suited for you, right? And it takes some time to do that, right? And you will change over the course of your career. So that's what that was a good lesson for me as I started out my career journey. The other thing is build the tools in your toolkit. That's a lifelong career activity. You can never stop your continuous learning journey, but there are foundational tools that you really do have to have that you may not get in your formal education. In that decade, I went to school and got my MBA at night while I was working full time. It took 5 years for me to do that. I would never do it again. I'm so glad I did it. That was formal education. I worked really hard on learning better communication skills, program project management skills, methods that worked, methodology, structures, different kinds of things that you need to just round out your toolkit. And that is something you do have to do continuously your entire career. People do want to help you with your career. I got a lot of help early on and have always benefited from help throughout my career. You do have to ask for it, right? People love to talk about what they do for a living. They like to connect you with other people, but you have to be willing to do more than what you're asking of them. Sometimes I see people come and say, oh, I'd really like for you to give me advice and sit with me. And then they come, I'm happy to do that. But then they come and they say, well, I don't know. I haven't thought about this. I don't know. I haven't done any research. I know nothing about this. So you've got to put a lot of effort in that too. And people will do almost anything to help you with your career. And you will need people all along that way. And then the other thing I learned is what got you here won't get you there. So an important lesson I learned, at some point, you're going to move from being a doer to a manager, or a manager to a leader, or a technician to a technical expert, or an assistant to the lead, right? And the skill sets and things that you have to be really good at that will get you to the first place are not the skill sets that will get you to the next one. And you have to recognize that. You have to realize that your responsibilities are different, the point of view you have is different, and the things that you need to hone your skills on are different. And so, and that's the biggest mistake I think I see people make. They think they can just move up and further up and on in their career without really changing or maturing their skill sets. And so again, important lessons learned that will carry you forward for the rest of your career. But I left industry and decided I wanted to go to work. I wanted to not consult and advise. I wanted to be responsible. And NASA was one of my clients, and they asked me to come work for them. And I was so excited. This was the decade of the 90s. I do things in decades. So all my career things are in decades. I'm like a dog does 7-year lives. I do 10 years, right? So this was the 90s. This was NASA they were exploring, they were pioneers, they were innovators. This was it was the incredibly exciting place to be. They were launching the space shuttle every month. They were building the International Space Station. They were launching new flights to Mars and all over the solar system. It was just so full of energy, right? And at the time, although all of this was oriented towards science and discovery, it was really an engineering organization, right? And there's a big difference between scientists and engineers. I would put up presentations that would have, clouds and drawings and, pictures on it. And I could always tell which group I was talking to. The engineers would always say, oh, you're missing some there's an arrow and a connector between that idea and this idea over here. That drawing's that's not accurate. And the scientists would say, that's too complicated over here. You need some more conceptual clouds over here to demonstrate the concept, right? And so there was always this tension between the science and the engineering at NASA. I would say in that decade, it was heavily dominated by engineering, but it was a very, very exciting time. The shuttle program, unbelievable. 5 spacecraft. That was the first reusable spacecraft that carried humans into orbit. To see it was a marvel. To watch it launch or land was just unbelievably incredible. And it was our workhorse, right? It is what carried all of the components for the International Space Station to literally be built in space. And that space station is still inhabited 20 years. That's been in place with human presence continuously. It is the world's largest, longest, unique orbital microgravity laboratory, right? That's what it was intended to be, was a place for international science. And to date, more than 3,000 research investigations spanning many, many disciplines from 100 different countries and 4,200 scientific investigators have been conducted there, and with very little end in sight, right? And not only was it a way for us to do science in ways you could not do here on Earth, it was also a way to recognize some global cooperation in a way that we had not been able to do, particularly coming out of the Cold War relationships with Russia. That was a big breakthrough in just world thinking. So really fascinating activities that science and technology helped bring to the table, not only in innovation and discovery, but advances in engineering and in peacekeeping. And then the missions to explore our galaxy, our universe. I love this picture. These are the operating and future science fleet. You just, the excitement of all the spacecraft that were being launched that people planned for decades and had to determine how to infuse, plan for, develop, much of the technology didn't exist, develop technology, how to infuse it for a spacecraft that would launch and not get to its destination for, in some cases, years later. And you would not even know whether it was successful or not for years later. It was just fascinating. And then how to deal with all the wealth of data that was coming back. And how to process it at that time. The Earth science work was the largest repository of data science at that time. And so the complexity of big data was a serious challenge for NASA. So my key takeaways, it was a great decade, right? I have so many stories and things I learned and could tell you about. But the first thing I want to talk about is culture. the importance of wherever you are, you really have to pay attention to the organizational culture, because that's the rules and norms of the behavior of your organization. And you really have to understand them in order to be successful, and make sure you're comfortable with them. In that decade, the culture of NASA was failure is not an option. If you've seen the Apollo 13 movie with Tom Hanks, where they've launched and the spacecraft is in trouble, and Gene, I just said his name earlier this morning, Gene Kranz goes into the room. They pull the pieces of just materials that they would have on flight, and they say, okay, this is all we have to work with, and they lock them in a room and say, you gotta solve this problem. Failure's not an option, right? That was the culture at NASA. And so the way it worked, we put people in teams in rooms, no windows, big conference tables, big problems. You did not leave until it was solved, right? And so that was the way it worked. It was loud, rough, contentious. You felt passionately, you fought strongly, but you came to a solution. That's a very different environment than a consensus-based collaborative science organization, right? Which is the organization I went to next. And so you have to know the culture you're working within, because it does matter, right? How you operate, how decisions are made, how people are recognized, rewarded, what does risk mean in your organization, what the tolerance level is, et cetera, et cetera. I also learned that I have a poster they gave me when I left that I loved. It has pictures of like a heart valve and a knee joint and a tang. And the title is, sometimes it really does take a rocket scientist, right? And but what I learned was I had the opportunity to work for several years with Carolyn Greiner, who was at one point the director of the Marshall Space Flight Center. We worked on this trans-NASA activity to establish all the guidance for how you manage programs and projects for all these spacecraft development engineering activities. And that's became the book for how you do it. And we throughout all of that, they used it for training. They brought in people who had managed these flights, and they would tell their stories of how they did it and how they made their decisions. And it was just a fascinating learning experience. Okay, well, we were in trouble in the late 90s. We were having trouble with the Mars program. The space shuttle we were having to ground the shuttle because of production problems. And so there was an issue. We were looking at all kinds of things. Is it cultural? People aren't raising safety issues. Is it a process problem? Are they technology issues? Are they management issues? What is it? And one of the questions was, is it a technology development and an infusion issue? Are we off on our process? We're not getting the right technology inserted at the right time. Carolyn came to me and said, I want you to lead this team and look at this. A team of astrophysicists, okay? And I'm like, liberal arts, economics, computer science, MBA, astrophysicist, but nope. I trust you, I want you to do this. So I sat with them. We sat in these rooms with no windows. We harangued for days over what the challenges were, what the issues were. And it didn't make a lot of sense to me. It seemed pretty, not very, it seemed like there were some pretty common sense approaches that we could take that to address some of their issues. But these people were pretty brilliant, and I was not gonna, I was pretty intimidated, to be honest. So we get together next day. I have to stand in front of this room full of all these folks, present as the lead of this team. Here's what we think. she pulled me aside and said, Andrea, I don't know what you're thinking, but this is terrible, right? This is exactly what they've been saying all, forever. This is the same old stuff. The reason I put you over this group is because you bring a different perspective. And I knew you could help bring them around to see things a little differently. Whoa, was that a big aha? And she said, get back in there and you come back out tomorrow with a much better set of recommendations. So that's what we did. So I learned that sometimes it really doesn't take a rocket scientist, that the skills and experiences that you uniquely bring are often the skills and experiences that are exactly what's needed, right? If everyone has those same skills, then then they don't need, they're all thinking the same, right? What you bring, if it's different, if you bring a different perspective, a different discipline, a different way of thinking, sometimes that's the difference between a good idea and a great idea, or a really bad idea and a disaster, right? So sometimes it doesn't always take a rocket scientist. The third thing I really learned, and this is one that is really important, is many people struggle with this who have families, right? We always talk about work-life balance. I read something the other day said, you have a life, work is part of it. I don't, you have to figure out how to make that work with so many parts of your life, especially your family. And I had young children. This was in this part of my life, I had two very young children and I had to travel all the time. And I don't have great answers for how to balance these things. But one thing I did that I like to share was that helped us stay connected, because my husband usually stayed home. He didn't travel. I was the traveler. We both worked. And so every night at 8 o'clock, regardless of where I was, he put my very young kids, he took them outside, and this was before video, right? We had phones. And I would leave whatever meeting I was in, I would call and he would put them on the phone and we all looked up at the moon at the same time. And we would say, I'm looking at the moon. Are you looking at the moon? And it was by looking at that moon together, that was our way of making sure we felt connected. And it was just a way to help us do that. But people honored that. We'd be in the middle of a meeting and they'd say, Andrea, it's 8 o'clock, you have to leave. You have to go stand outside and look up at that moon. And to this day, at least a couple of times a week, I find myself going, 8 o'clock, I gotta go look at that moon, right? So you have to find ways to make the connection with your life and your work not be an impediment. And you have to be creative about it and draw your boundaries too. It's not easy. I just offer that, and that's certainly not a silver bullet solution. It's just one way that we used. And then I left NASA, and part of it was because of the travel. My family couldn't take it. I couldn't take it, right? But also at that time, I knew as a non-engineer, I was tapped out in where I could go at NASA as well. And it's important to recognize those organizational kind of limitations. And so I went to NSF, which was a great move. NSF is like a mighty, powerful mouse that roars, right? It's a small federal agency, 2,500 people, tremendous amount of funding, and it is responsible for funding almost 25% of all research, basic research conducted at all of the universities and colleges in our country across all of the disciplines. with the exception of biomedical. And what I learned at NSF, first of all, it's a terrific organization. I learned about the management and administration of science, which is one of the most complicated, complex, amazing industries, if you will, from the researcher through all of the support activities at the university, through the federal funding process, through the actual conduct of the research, to the closeout, through the training and fellowships of that, to assure we have the continued pipeline of people in our scientific and STEM workforce and research. Just amazing. I learned about all of these complex processes, right, that go on. But I had no idea, right, this machinery that helps assure that we are investing in, developing talent to conduct that research, that science and engineering research, advance those discoveries, that we're training and funding at the best level we can in our country, because industry is not going to be able to do it. And so between the combination of NSF and NIH, if you are doing anything in research, scientific research, somewhere along the way, you have gotten support, either through training or through direct funding support, more than likely in your career. And so the other thing that was going on is this was the rise of e-government, e-commerce, e-everything. The whole world had gone e-crazy, okay? And so at NSF, I ran all the IT, I was the CIO, and so I had the opportunity, I visited many data centers around this country. I don't know what it is about, you go someplace, they always want to show you their data center, right? And they all kind of look the same. Some look a little, not so good, but one that I will say stood out for me, and this isn't an exact picture, but I will share this anecdote. I was over at the National Academy of Sciences in China. And so we had translators, and we're going through, it's a traditional data center, right? Go through, row after row of servers. And so the wonderful host spoke, and then the translator would speak, and then we could understand what's being said. So we get to this server, a set of servers that's behind, up on a stage and like behind glass, and our host speaks, long time. Translators, long time. And I'm thinking, what in the world could they possibly be talking about, these two servers, right? And the translator speaks. And it turns out these were the servers that were used to establish the first connectivity between China and the internet in 1994. And it was at that National Academy of Sciences. And they have them there as a place of honor, because that's what opened the world for China to the rest of the world. And so I've never forgotten that moment, how that technology, what a difference that made, and all of our investment in that science and technology that made that happen. And my son was born 1989, the year the World Wide Web started. He'll turn 30 in June. 30 years later, this year, 2021, almost 5 billion people are connected via the internet. That's almost 60% of the world's population. So you look at what this technology that all started from science. This was, the internet was invented, developed because of science research and science researchers wanting to collaborate and work together, right? And you see what it has done for our world. The other thing that was so amazing from both a personal experience and a science perspective was the National Science Foundation runs the USA Antarctic program. You may not know that. It was set up because our country wanted to make sure it was used for peaceful purposes. And so about as peaceful as you can get is National Science Foundation. So that's who oversees that program. And it's governed by an international treaty with 50 nations. And it's to assure that anything done in the Antarctic is only for peaceful purposes, scientific research, and that everything is done with conservation in mind. And we run 3 permanent year-round stations there, McMurdo, Palmer, and South Pole. Because I ran all the technology and the security, cybersecurity for National Science Foundation, I had the privilege of going there twice in my tenure. And I have to tell you, it was just experiences of a lifetime. You fly on an LC-130 that lands on skis on the ice. You're in full gear, bunny boots. You are on the back of that plane with the cargo and food. And trust me, that cargo and food is the most important thing on that plane. You are not the most important. And it is so cold. This is exactly what happens as soon as you step off that plane. I kept thinking I had dust in my eyes, in my face, and I didn't realize at first it was the ice that happened as soon as I stepped out. You land in McMurdo. This is McMurdo Station. It looks like what I think an old West, Wild West gold rush town probably looks like, except it's got snow. If you're there in a science team, that's where you get outfitted, you get all your gear, you get your communications equipment, you get your training, and then you go out to wherever you're going. It may be the dry lakes, it may be doing underwater research, glacier research, a lot of technology and satellite, communications work is done there. A lot of deep space work is done there because there's no interference in the atmosphere at the bottom of the world. Many teams will spend days to weeks, out on the ice, conducting their research. It is quite an amazing experience. And then the South Pole Station, of course, this is they call it the ceremonial South Pole. The physical one actually moves and they have to remove it each year, recite it. And these are the flags, of course, of the treaty nations. This is the new station. The old station, you might remember, was a dome, a bubble. Over time, it sunk. And so my first visit there, I got to see, I saw as this was being built, my last visit there, it was finished. And so it was really quite the thing to see. Everything flown in, nothing, no trash or anything left behind. So an amazing place to see science that looks deep into the core of the earth to learn about our own earth and our experiences, all the way deep into space, juxtaposed with such extreme technology and such extreme weather circumstances, with some of the most amazing beauty and wildlife. So if you ever get a chance to conduct science in the Antarctic, you should jump for it. My takeaways on this was, don't lose your passion or sense of wonder. I got it so renewed. I get mine from things like that, the opportunity to see the computers that connected China to the world, to see what can be done literally in the coldest, darkest places of our globe in science and technology. But always keep your passion and sense of wonder in your STEM career. And from a family perspective, you know, again, now my kids were in this decade, my kids were pre-teenagers and, you know, in their, you know, 7, 8, 9, 10 and pre-teenagers. We needed some serious help, right? That's when you really need help. You think you need it when they're young, really young. You really need it when they're those ages. And so you just have to have support networks, however you can create them. We wound up using au pairs under the State Department's au pair program, which meant we had for 11 years, we had a young woman, 18 to 22, every year, brand new from some part of the world, came to live in our house. Sometimes spoke English, sometimes didn't, almost never knew how to drive. And every year we had to, at that time the program worked, we had to turn over. We did it for 11 years. It was wonderful. And we still keep in touch, but it, you know, 11 years bringing someone new into your home it's not the right fit for everybody, right? So you have to figure out, but we didn't have family, we didn't have other, you know, that was what worked for us. So you just have to figure out how you're going to create your village of support around you. And my other takeaway here was know when it's time to move on. I loved NSF. And I had it was such a great environment and I had such great colleagues. I really didn't want to leave, but it was time for a lot of reasons. And so you do have to know when it's time for you to move on and then do it, right? It's not a bad thing. It's usually a good thing. And so just make sure to listen to your voice on that. And then the last thing is where I'm at now, which is, you know, I dearly love, is the National Institutes of Health, which is, you know, so I thought, okay, I've done astrophysicist, I've done PhDs in every discipline in the world. What could possibly be better or worse? Okay, PhD MDs. So now I go to PhD MDs. So my first year at NIH, I walked around with a laptop and just Googled things all day long because I had never been exposed to medical terminology. So, but NIH is the world's largest funder of biomedical research, and it is an amazing place. It is actually a collection of 27 institutes and centers, each focused on their own area of health or disease. So we have the National Cancer Institute, which is a $7-8 billion institute focused on cancer research, down to some of a very small institute, the National Institute of Nursing Research, which focuses on, you know, advances in science and practice and methods in nursing. And so they operate pretty autonomously, but we call it, we're federated, but functionally integrated. That's a nice way of saying, you know, we're pretty independent, but we show up, we look nice, we show well at weddings and funerals, right? So, each one gets its own appropriated budget. So it can be competitive. So if you're applying for funding from the institutes, you may sometimes find you could get funding from multiple institutes. It's possible. So you may, and your field of study or research may have had experience with different institutes, and they each do have their own kind of culture and way of working. But we have about 20,000 people on campus. We support about 300,000 individuals each year through awards. We have about a $45 billion budget, and about 80 to 85% of that goes out to funding research, what we call extramurally. And we have our own intramural research program, which supports about 7,000 researchers on our campus or near campus in Bethesda, Maryland. What we have watched happen, as you have clearly participated in and observed as well, is this rise of big data. And that's what I have observed in my 10 years at NIH, is literally the rise in big data has helped change the way we do science, biomedical science. It's really nothing short of amazing. So we're generating, the amount of data we're generating each year has just been more than doubling. And it started largely, the cost to sequence a genome, plunged from, more than millions of dollars to less than $1,000. And, but it's not just in genomics, it's in all other kinds of omics. It's in electronic health record data, environmental data, imaging data, and personal, health Fitbit data, all kinds of data. And so we've been building these, moving to not only just basic science, which is the crux, the heart of what NIH does, but also these big data programs where we're just seeing tremendous opportunities for discovery. And so, but there's a lot of challenges. The data in the biomedical field, it's disconnected, data siloed, it's not secure, it's very hard to integrate this data. You live with these challenges every day. We have been investing tremendous amounts of resources in many strategies through training, our data science strategic plan, technology initiatives to help with interoperability, things we're trying to do to make data fair, findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable. But one I want to just mention, this is one that I have helped lead, is something we call the Strides Initiative. This is one where we worked hard. We went and partnered with Amazon and Google to see, it's like, we know we need to move a lot of this data into the cloud, and we need to help move our researchers to help make sure they're able to work easily in the cloud. And we want to lower the barriers of making that happen. And so we went to them and said, can you go down this journey with us? How can we do that together? And so we've been working in partnership with Amazon and Google the last 2 or 3 years. What we've done is we have established agreements where they have offered deep discounts on Google and Amazon storage, compute, training, and professional services to any one NIH funds. So any research institution, if you have funded NIH researchers, if you have awards at your institution, you are eligible. All you have to do is sign up. It's very easy to do. We can support you on doing that. And then any computational work that's done by those researchers gets to take immediate advantage of those discounts. And then there's a tremendous amount of training that we're also providing and supporting. And so we have moved over the last 2 years, more than 100 petabytes of research data into the cloud, and more than 300 national research programs into these cloud platforms. And we're continuing to do it, and we're really pushing hard to do whatever we can to help make it accessible and more economical, and get the training resources out to anyone we can. So I just wanted to share that with you. It's certainly not the only thing we're doing in this space, but it's one that I thought would be of particular interest for this audience. And why does this matter? There's so many programs I could talk about. I'm just going to mention 3 very quickly. I'm a first-time grandmother. My granddaughter's 18 months old, and I'm just in love again for the first time, and a long time. 33 infants born every 33 infants born in this country has a birth defect, and thousands of new cases of cancer are diagnosed in children every year. Our Kids First, Gabriella Miller Kids First program is developing a large-scale data resource infrastructure in the cloud to look at both of those together, childhood cancer and structural birth defects. This is such an important area, and it's because of the cloud and the advances in data science that they're able to do this. We've also, there's sorry. Oh, sorry. There's so much progress being made in cancer research. And this is the 50th anniversary of the National Cancer Act. And while cancer death rates have been declining, living with cancer is still a reality for many people. And so a tremendous activities underway with big data in that space. And then our All of Us program, we're enrolling 1 million people to do advance our precision medicine initiatives. Again, big data activities. The other thing that COVID, I'm not going to talk about COVID at length because of time, but what COVID had, one of the things COVID has taught us is that we have to be able to do science at the speed of infection. It can't always be a long game. And the way to do that, we believe, is in partnership and with high degrees of flexibility and agility. And so all of that speaks to the importance of the science, technology, engineering, and math disciplines in our areas. So my last takeaways, growth opportunities are always going to be disguised as extra work. Don't let that intimidate you. I see people shy away from them because they don't want to do the extra work. They're missing out. Those are usually where that's usually where the gold is. So please don't let that scare you off. Get as comfortable as you can with ambiguity and complexity, because the more, the broader your span of influence and control, the more you're dealing in the gray zone, and you have to be able to work with that. Stay true to your voice and your values. Be confident in your voice. I am always amazed at how talented and experienced people are and how timid they are, reluctant they are to speak up and share their perspective or say what needs to be done or offer their what they think needs to happen. Stay true to that and say, own your voice. That's why you're there in the workplace. And most importantly, be well. Physically, mentally, emotionally. We have learned through COVID how important that is from all dimensions. If you're not well, the people around you that rely on you so much, whether it's your family or your work, they're not going to be able to make it, right, without you. And so do everything you can to keep yourself well. So with that, I wish you the very best in your career. And I hope, I can't wait to see the difference that you're going to make in STEM.
Thank you so much, Andrea. That was, boy, you spoke to me on so many things there. I wish we had a couple more hours to chat, but I greatly appreciate it.
Okay, so I am Dewayne Dickens, and I am the moderator for today's session. And with me, I do have we have 7 more scholars here with us today who have unique work that they're doing regarding telling their story about 100 years since the Tulsa Race Massacre of 1921. And so I do have with me Dr. Shanedra Nowell, and Dr. Kristen Marangoni, and Dr. Max Prud'homme, and Mikeal Vaughn, Marc Carlson, Lynn Wallace, and Carlos Moreno. And so you can see their faces on the screen now, at least I'm hoping you do. And you will get to hear, so just sort of giving you the layout of what we will do today. Each of these presenters will present about 10 minutes of information regarding the work that they have done related to the Tulsa Race Massacre and Greenwood in general, the Greenwood District in general. And then once we go through all of their sessions, we will have an opportunity for commentary as well as questions. So please, if you have questions, please do write those down or write them in the chat area, and we will be glad to address those. So we're going to get started with a few questions just before our first presenter comes, who will be Marc Carlson. And so looking at, just want to ask you a few questions that you can put in the chat room. So a few questions here. What is the year for the Race Massacre? Could you just put that in the chat room? Just make sure we're all on the same page. Anyone, just everyone, if you know it, put it in the room. Just making sure that we all have that year. Feel free. Thank you. Looks like we all know the same year. That's always good. Okay, very good. We're all on the same page there. Then let's go to another question. What are the number of blocks for Greenwood? So we'll see the range here. Okay, so I see 35. Any other blocks you've heard? 40. So often the conversation is 35 to 40 blocks. Very good. Okay, who is known as the father of Greenwood? A little harder question if you don't know. Who's the father that people often say in history? Who is the father of Greenwood? Anyone have any? Oh, there we go. Jamie Edford was first here. O.W. Gurley. Anyone know what the O stands for? That's a trick question. It wasn't there. Oh, there. Oh, Dr. Nowell is always going to throw that in there. Okay, how much of Greenwood? So this question is more, it's not, I'm not wanting to know the number of blocks. I'm actually thinking, was all of Greenwood destroyed, or was there anything left in Greenwood? That's really the question. That's a yes or no. Was there anything left in Greenwood? Yes or no? Completely destroyed or mostly destroyed? Is there anything left in Greenwood? Yes or no? A little hesitation on that answer, it seems. No one is coming up with an answer immediately. Also, Jamie again, no. Booker T. Washington, 4 buildings survived, few foundations. So that's sort of a trick question here. There were some buildings that were left. If people thought that they were, there were some homes. We have a lot of stories. So for example, the current family, the Goodwin family, they often tell the story that their grandfather looked like he was white. So he was able to, so they had several properties, but he was able to stand on one of the properties. They thought he was white, and he was able to shoo people away and say, leave my house alone because I'm white. So that sort of demystifies some things that some houses were remaining. And so the question was, which ones and why? And so there were reasons related to political affiliations or race affiliations or who they were connected with within the white community. So even a church, First Baptist North Tulsa, even though it's in a different location today, it was not destroyed because they thought it was a white church. So just sort of throwing that out there. So just a little information to get us started. Was Greenwood destroyed? Yes or no? I'm sorry, restored. Was Greenwood restored? Yes or no? Yes, yes, yes. We just want to get that myth out of the way. A lot of people don't know in 1921, after it was destroyed during the Race Massacre, it was rebuilt and it was bigger, stronger than it was in 1921. So we're going to move on now to, Marc Carlson from the University of Tulsa and Lynn Wallace. And so I'm trying to see if we will be able to highlight Marc or anything. So I think I am not a host, but can we highlight Marc or spotlight him, one or the other? But he's going to talk. And so we're moving on to Marc and Lynn. So Marc, you have the floor, and thank you very much for your presentation in advance.
My pleasure. Good afternoon. I am Marc Carlson from the University of Tulsa in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I'm the Director of Special Collections and University Archives at the TU's McFarland Library. And on the assumption that not everybody, in fact, knows what we're talking about, in 1921, yes, there was a massive looting and burning of the African-American neighborhood. And about 30 years ago, I started doing research on it. It's a long story on why I started doing research on it. Am I? Okay. But an unknown number of people were killed. Thousands were left homeless, and many were taken into what they referred to as protective custody, basically imprisoning them until they could be freed. Do we have any of the slides?
So the slides are up, Marc. The first slide is
right in front of me. Okay.
So just tell me when you want me to go to the next slide.
Okay, thank you. So even though the incidents in Tulsa had been reported, and they were in fact reported from coast to coast and even across the ocean as far as the London Times, they were eventually forgotten about and gradually covered up. Now, I am not a typical historian. I'm actually a documentary historian, which means that I believe that while written materials may not in fact be any more accurate than oral, in theory, once they're written down, they don't change, or they shouldn't be. Whereas oral history frequently does. Personally, I view history as akin to the proverbial blind men trying to describe an elephant. Everybody has a different perspective, and it's sometimes very difficult to piece together what is in fact going on. So when I started, I checked my notes, because my notes came out of order. There we are. My point is that there is a huge amount of data and varying narratives. As you can tell, even from just these headlines in front of us, as the information was coming out, it was not, the stories were shifting as people were trying to tell them. So again, when I started doing my research, I decided that what I needed to do was find out what happened. We actually have what I referred to as a review of the literature, in which I studied the varying accounts that people had presented previously, and then decided I needed to build a timeline. And one of the things I discovered very quickly was that at the University of Tulsa, all of the articles that were from the period talking about these events had been cut out of the magazines and the bound journals. So that took a little while to catch up on that research, but I was able to get those materials through interlibrary alone. Let's go ahead to the next slide. Now, other works had been published previously, and while they added more data, the authors were often tailoring that data to match the stories they wanted to tell. So let me give some examples. At this point, as I went through the papers and tried to record the time and places and, sorry, I'm missing something. There were discrepancies. I went ahead and just retained all of those discrepancies because I didn't have the answer. And I also tracked the data wherever I could. And most of the discrepancies were due to the fog of trying to get the latest news out so that people just didn't know at the time. Once the basic framework was established, I could turn to firsthand accounts that were recorded within a few years. Items like Mary Jones Parish's events of the Tulsa disaster, the National Guard after action reports, and so on. However, these accounts had their own pitfalls. For example, the matter of Sergeant Walter Hagler Hastings, 24 September 1879 to 14 July 1963. According to the Tulsa Tribune on June 1st, Sergeant W.R. Hastings of 1507 East Jefferson was wounded in the arm, treated at Tulsa Hospital, and left of his own free will. No time was indicated as to when these events took place, nor was the geographic location of the incident that caused his injuries. The report of Major Bell says that Sergeant Hastings was wounded at the Sand Springs substation on Archer between Boston and Cincinnati Avenue. There was no indication of when he was physically wounded. No time was indicated other than that the incident occurred at night. In the report of Captain McEwen, he says that Sergeant Hastings was wounded in his scalp while near the Gurley Hotel on Greenwood Avenue. No time was indicated other than during the night. The 1921 Tulsa City Directory lists a Walter H. Hastings, a barber living at 1507 East Jefferson. The middle name and birth date are established and verified with his World War I and World War II draft registration cards. What we can say with certainty from this was that Walter Hastings of Company B, 3rd Oklahoma Infantry, was likely injured and treated probably early in the morning of June 1st. In other cases, the discrepancies are a little bit easier to reconcile. You can see here we have a machine gun on a truck. The National Guard reported that they did not let any of their machine guns out of the armory. Major Daly, a police detective, loaned a broken one from his personal collection. That's likely what we are seeing here. You'll notice that there's no water source to cool the machine guns and no ammunition. It's simply being displayed to terrorize the populace of the Greenwood district. Finally, if we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. We can get to the photographs, which is actually what I've been doing most of my research on for the last 15 years. As a single example, the photograph on the left has often been identified being the intersection of Greenwood and Archer pre-1921. It is the intersection of Greenwood and Archer, but it's post-1921. How do we know this? The image on the right shows the looting of the Woods building at about 11 o'clock in the morning on June 1st. And you will notice that the Woods building is 2 stories tall. The Botkin building, currently on the corner, is 3 stories tall. So we try to bring together all of these details and have to learn to read the photographs to get the information. By the way, if you could back up one slide, please. The picture on the left, I can tell you, was taken also at about 11 o'clock in the morning between Boston and Detroit and Cincinnati, next to the tracks, and the truck is facing west. So that's the sorts of work I've been doing. If there are any questions, I'll take them at the end. I'm supposed to introduce the next person, who I believe is Lynn.
Thank you, Mark. Always interesting to listen to your descriptions of photographs for sure. So good afternoon, everyone. We're going to kind of shift our focus and transition to discussion of another special set of collections that are found at the OSU Tulsa Library, and that's the Ruth Sigler Avery Tulsa Race Massacre collection. So my vantage point into this story is one of a library collection development librarian, a curator, an archivist, and an educator. I am not a race massacre scholar, although I do know and keep learning more and more, especially as I hear these talks. I very rarely interpret the data or the information, even though I have my very strong opinions and thoughts on the matter. That's not really my role as a librarian. I have a bit of a history in historical research back to my high school days, but I come at this collection as one that provides access. So the library's goal has always been providing access to the material ethically and responsibly, and with as much unbiased presentation as possible, which is very difficult to do. And I don't necessarily know that we're 100% successful. So the archives staff that we have are charged with displaying the materials with reverence, providing appropriate cataloging and metadata records, and ethically sharing the work from the collection with scholars and researchers around the United States, even internationally. And a huge acknowledgement always goes to the great collegiate partnership that we have with the OSU Edmund Lowe Library in Stillwater that really, really supports a lot of our work, especially with the digital collections that we have, which are primarily right now our photographs. So let's talk about the collections we have. We have 2 primary collections. As the collection development librarian, I first began curating a small collection in 2001, including books, media, music, documents. Basically, we started very, very small in scope, and we've worked to expand it each year. The collection includes information about the Tulsa Race Massacre and all of the surrounding history, including KKK and Black diaspora. But I don't really know that researchers that come to our university to use the Ruth Sigler Avery's collection even knows that we have this other part of the collection, because they really want to zero in on the primary data. And so that second collection is the Ruth Sigler Avery collection. And this photo from the massacre is taken from the vantage point of Booker T. Washington High School. I think Mark may have more commentary on that, but we can save that for another day. Our copy of the photo is missing a small section in the bottom left. This photo is brittle, it's cracked, and it's wider than what can fit on this screen. So this copy of the photograph was given to Ruth during her research. It becomes kind of the whole, how do you make sure you preserve, while a copy of this photo is pretty much in everybody's collection, how do we preserve the copy we have? And thankfully we have a number of scans. So slide 2, please. So the main collection is the Ruth Sigler Avery Race Massacre collection. This is Ruth that you're seeing on the screen. Ruth was 7 when the massacre happened, and she was a witness, firsthand eyewitness to dead bodies on wagons, people being shot off of Standpike Hill. She had to heroically leave the Catholic church she was at and try and make it home without getting shot. So she talks about being on a trolley. It was permanently etched into her mind's eyes. And she eventually made documenting and researching these events around the massacre her life's work after she raised her children and her children went off to college. So Ruth is a middle to upper class citizen of Tulsa. She married into the very famous Avery family. Cyrus Avery was on the county commission. That was her father-in-law. He also is considered the father of Route 66. And through that Route 66 collection that we own of Cyrus Avery is how we ended up with this collection as well. So she did photographs, newspaper articles. She put together materials on the KKK, and she wrote an unpublished manuscript. She never did get it published, called Fear, the Fifth Horseman, a documentary on anthology of the 1921 Tulsa race riot in the 1970s is when she started her research, so in the 1970s. And she is primarily known for her oral interviews that she's done, and she conducted a number of them. Not all of those oral interviews were captured on any kind of tape. Most of them are just transcribed, and we have those transcribed interviews in this collection. She never really published this book, like I said before, but many, many books, articles, documentaries, websites. So many people have cited her work from Tim Madigan on. So the main thing is that she was one person, and she had the dogged determination, and her contributions and her impact, I don't think can be properly ever quantified as to how much this one person has. And she really, really wanted to understand the whites' motivation as to the violence that they inflicted. So next slide. As far as we know, she is the only one who interviewed Dick Rowland's mother, Damie Rowland Ford, and she did this interview in 1972. And Damie Rowland Ford was 83. In total, she did over 40 interviews, and much of the narrative we see today comes from some of these transcribed interviews. So the interviews that are recorded right now were on cassette tape and reel-to-reel tapes. And these have really degraded over time. And so we stopped allowing people to just listen to them. Which, puts a big stop in people doing research. So this last year, I made it a huge priority in our budget to digitize. So we have these recordings now digitized, just came back from the company that digitized them. And we're still working through processing these materials. And whether we share them online or not is a big question. Oral histories have some inherent issues with preservation and keeping formats that with technology changes from the next type to the next type. And I think another issue is we once had a family member come in and say, I understand you have, my grandfather's on tape. This is the first time they'd ever heard their grandfather's voice. And so, you have to think about and be mindful of the descendants and not to exploit. This is their family story. So the questions come up of, can I explain why her manuscript wasn't published? I do know that OU Press was looking at it a great deal, but I'm not really sure. I think it was a little too rough. She was trying to do some edits, and I don't really have the complete answers to why it never got published. But on to the next slide. I wanted to share these two images in this telegram. If you can read this telegram or not, I'm not sure. But these two photographs are pretty well known. White mob coming into the Greenwood area, as well as what was left of a home, of a burnt out home with just a chimney. And the comments of this telegram coming through stating, will you please give a signed statement of Tulsa riots outlining the cause, who was to blame, and what will be the punishment. reports we have here indicate Negroes tried to take law in their own hands or in own hands. How do we describe this? And how do we catalog this? What metadata tags do we use for this telegram or these two photos to make sure that we're representing this correctly? And what are the ethics behind how you share this information and this data? You know, do we put this telegram online or do we not? Currently, most of the collection that we have digitized is on the Content DM website with OSU. If you do a Google search for OSU and Ruth Sigler Avery or Tulsa Race Massacre, you'll come across it. That's how we normally are found. And we have media inquiries quite frequently, which I'm sure University of Tulsa does as well, quite a bit right now with the interest in it. We also have resource guides available online through our webpage on tulsa.okstate.edu/library. You can go to resource guides and look up Tulsa Race Massacre there. In working with this collection, I learned something every time I go to it, every time I look at it. You know, she talks quite a bit about how, you know, people really told her, don't look into this. It was in the 1970s around, she started a little bit before because she took a class in 1968, but around the same time that Ed Wheeler, if anybody knows, Ed Wheeler did one of the first expose articles in Tulsa in 1971. So she was in much contact with Ed Wheeler, and she and Ed talk about the difficulty of getting material and finding the material. So, you know, it really does, as a librarian, as well as the library director, how much do I put online? You know, this is her work. It's her intellectual property. And, you know, also the weight of sharing this becomes, it's heavy. You know, it's a heavy subject to sit with and work with. But we do the best we possibly can to represent this collection as best as possible. And I think that, you know, I'll answer questions in the Q&A part. I think that kind of wraps up what I was going to talk about. It has been an honor and a privilege to learn more about Ruth and to learn more about her collection, as well as to be able to provide it to everybody that has ever, you know, inquired and asked. And I think next we're going to go to Carlos Moreno. So Carlos, if you want to jump on in, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Hi, everybody. My name is Carlos Moreno. I'm a graphic designer by trade. I work for CAP Tulsa, which administers the Head Start program here in Tulsa. And I freelanced for the Oklahoma Eagle. Seems like a lifetime ago, but it was in the late 90s through 2003. That's how I came to learn about the history of Greenwood. And you can go on to my first slide here. So I am about to come out with a new book titled The Victory of Greenwood. And you may be asking, you know, why is a new book needed about Greenwood, since there are quite a few out there. I have in my personal collection 40 books, either about the race massacre itself or about the history of Greenwood, or about Black history in Tulsa or Black history in Oklahoma. And so why a new book? And the answer for me is that there's new information that we know now that we didn't know when a majority of these books were published in the 80s and 90s. I think we have a couple of sort of citywide narratives, and Marc Carlson kind of alluded to that in his presentation, sort of these narratives that get repeated over and over again. And so I wanted to source some new information that we have, new documents that we have available, and really tell a more complete story of Greenwood through biographies, through the stories of their personal lives. So this isn't an academic book. It's a collection of biographical histories, if you will. And I'll talk a little bit about how I sourced the information to get all of this biographical information. So you can go to the next slide. So here I owe a huge thanks to Lynn Wallace, to Marc Carlson, to Luke Williams at the Tulsa Historical Society, Michelle Brown at the Greenwood Cultural Center, Paul Gardiulo and Doug Remley at the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture, because this is where we got a lot of our information. We used census data. We went to the Tulsa County Court Clerk's office to find some of the original maps and plats and land deeds, to find out a little bit more about how Greenwood came to be Greenwood, how it grew. We got documents like the 1916 housing ordinance from the city court clerk's office. We sourced genealogical information from websites like Ancestry.com, genealogybank.com, and the Smithsonian. That's how we got sort of our personal, that's how we got things like birth certificates, marriage records, that we could piece together sort of the story of the lives of people like O.W. Gurley and Jonathan Baptist Stratford, J.B. Stratford, A.J. Smitherman, the sort of the founding fathers and mothers of Greenwood. One of the big surprises in my research for this book is how many women entrepreneurs there were, and how many women leaders of the community there were in Greenwood, not only pre-1921, but post-1921. We sourced newspaper archives through the Central Library, through the Oklahoma Historical Society collection, which is gateway.okhistory.org, and through the collection of archives at newspapers.com. So a lot of this information is online now that wouldn't have been online even 10 or maybe even 5 years ago. We can go to today we can go to the Library of Congress and find the primary documents that have to do with the Indian Removal Act and the Dawes Act, and that legislation that sort of shaped Indian territory that sort of predates and gives you the context for these land allotments, many of which were owned by what were known as Native Black freedmen, former slaves of the 5 civilized tribes, so that their land ownership and the mineral rights on that land ownership is a big reason for their for the ability to build the community like Greenwood and 50 all Black towns in what was Indian territory at the time. So we really sourced a lot of this information and primary documents, and in more recent biographies, people like Emmett J. McHenry, people like Eddie Fay Gates, you can actually find interviews, video interviews on places like okhistory.org, voicesofoklahoma.com is a great website. And there are some oral histories at the Tulsa Historical Society as well. You can go to the next slide. And so I think that even in writing this book, what we learned is, after writing 20 biographies and several other articles about the building of Greenwood and the rebuilding of Greenwood, there's still so much more that we don't know. We don't really have a comprehensive picture of how this land came from Creek and Cherokee-owned land to be a primarily Black-owned neighborhood. And I say primarily because there were a lot of white landowners who owned land in Greenwood. and so there's this sort of transfer of land that goes back and forth and back and forth. And so I think it would be really helpful from a research standpoint to do a little bit more digging of that and kind of piece that timeline together. There is no property by property comprehensive map of Greenwood, a full catalog of the homes and businesses before and after 1921. The Tulsa Historical Society has a great database that they've put together of homes and businesses that existed in 1920, 21, 22, and 23. But if you cross-reference that with Mary E. Parrish Jones's list, you find that there's some things that are missing from her list that are not on their list, and vice versa. And then you look at city directories, and then you find some discrepancies there. So we really haven't, blended all those data resources together to really get a property by property, house by house, block by block list of all the businesses, of all the 10,000 residents in their homes. And even more importantly to me is how did that property, the value of that property increase over time? So we know that Greenwood was rebuilt. We can see in city directories that the 1922 and 1923 directories show that most of the houses were rebuilt by these years. And they may have just been, makeshift, temporary housing at that time. But it is known that a vast majority of the homes were rebuilt in this district. And so that leads us into the question of, why does Greenwood and North Tulsa look the way it looks today? And I think that having that that sort of more comprehensive list of the homes and then their increase in value over time would lead us to the building of the highway and those homes being destroyed again. We know there are several families whose houses were destroyed twice. People like Mabel Little, whose home and business was destroyed in 1921, and then again in 1970 to build the IDL. So there is just still so much that we don't know. We're just scratching the surface, but I'm grateful to have these wonderful librarians and researchers who have helped us along in this project, and again feel like we're just scratching the surface. So I will end there, and I don't know who's speaking after me. I apologize. Dewayne, do you? Oh,
I think it's me.
Hi there.
Thank you, Carlos. That was awesome, and I'm looking forward to reading yet another book. I think another book on Greenwood is always needed, quite frankly. So hi, I'm Shanedra Nowell. I am a professor at OSU, and I deal mostly in teacher education. So I'm going to come at this at the kind of viewpoint of an educator, and more importantly, it probably won't say more importantly, just as importantly, as a teacher educator. So trying to use the research like Carlos has done and the work of Marc and Lynn at the libraries, and also relying on many other things, and trying to translate that for teachers to understand, and so that they can teach it to their students. I've been teaching the Tulsa Race Massacre pretty much since I started teaching. I think that was like 2005, 2006. And I felt like in my journey of learning, always learning more about it, I felt like one of the lucky ones in that I was taught about it in high school in Tulsa, in the late, 1990s. And when I talk to teachers about this all across the state, talking about teaching the Tulsa Race Massacre and bringing this history to the forefront, and making sure that they understand and teach this in their own classroom, there have been some reluctance in the past. I think that's kind of gone away now, because teachers are really hungry for this information and they want to teach it and they want to understand it. But most of them said they never learned about it. They were never taught anything about it. And so what we find then is that teachers have reluctance to teach things that they don't know anything about. So the work that we've been trying to do over the last 15 plus years is really trying to again bring this history to teachers so they can bring it to students. So go ahead, next slide, Dewayne. So I'm going to talk a little bit today about the work that I've been doing to try to bring that along. I've been working directly with teachers and students. I put fifth through college here is kind of my area that I've been working with. I've been in 5th grade classrooms where they're reading and learning about this, and of course I teach it to my own college students here at OSU, and just making sure again that they know the history. Thinking about kind of the sources and the data that we use, we rely heavily on you know, the data, the data banks, the photographs, the transcripts, the oral histories being captured and curated, you know, at our libraries, like the Ruth Sigler collection, and you know, the collection at TU, but also the collections, you know, the Tulsa Library has, the collections that the Greenwood Cultural Center and the John Hope Franklin Center for Reconciliation have, Oklahoma History Center as well, and the, you know, the Tulsa Historical Society. So really, I kind of feel like it's my job to kind of take all that information and curate it into, you know, resource lists and in lessons and things like that I can translate or kind of give directly to teachers and be like, these are different kind of teaching methods that you can use to reach students with this information. So it's really kind of my job, again, like I said, to kind of, you know, link, you know, that those histories that are available and other curriculum resources we use. A lot of books, you know, the books that have been written history-wise will be also, you know, I'm dealing with, you know, young children, you know, 5th grade through 12th grade, you know, they like to read the fiction books that have been written about this event. That gives them usually just enough information for them to question and go, okay, I read the book, that was entertaining. I want to know the history now, and using kind of that as a gateway to reach students. And so you see images here on the screen of, on the left here, here's Dewayne kind of leading us in a tour of Greenwood. I'm here with a bunch of teachers, and doing professional development with teachers is, you know, one of the great joys and opportunities that I have. And continuing to do that work. We are kind of hosting 2 different kind of teacher professional developments this summer. Related to this, last summer we did an online professional development about teaching the Tulsa Race Massacre. Ended up having 60 plus teachers from all around the country who ended up coming, wanting to learn more about this topic. So it isn't just kind of Oklahoma history teachers now. I think that it's coming into the public consciousness in the United States that a lot of teachers from around the country have started, you know, asking questions and wanting to learn more. I personally feel like the lessons of what happened in Tulsa equate to things that have happened, of course, in different communities across the country. I teach about, you know, Red Summer of 1919 as a U.S. history teacher, and you know, making sure that we understand that these kind of race riots / massacres happened across the country and why they happened at that particular time, and but also realizing, you know, not only do we have incidents like this, but you know, we're also living in a time kind of that's racially charged in this country, and helping making sure that classrooms are safe spaces for teachers and students to have conversations about race and racism that are desperately needed. And I personally believe that classrooms are the places where that starts, especially social studies classrooms. Go to the next slide. So we kind of do this thinking about those different teaching methods in a lot of different ways. So first and probably most important and dearest to me is that field studies piece of actually bringing students to Greenwood. I'll talk about a project here in a second where we actually brought 200 middle and high school students to Greenwood and actually had them walk the streets. We had them, you know, visit the Reconciliation Park. We took them to the Greenwood Cultural Center. They, you know, just to be here, and they were reading, you know, a couple of different texts and trying to kind of understand the history of the race massacre, coming at it, looking at those fiction pieces that they were reading, you know, in high school too, but really asking them to think about, okay, you're here, you see this now, and you know, we had some Tulsa students there. We also have students from Oklahoma City and students from Stillwater and even some smaller communities across the country. For them going, this happened here, and them not knowing that history, and then coming to the actual place where it happened and having them kind of gain that understanding. We call this place-based learning in education. So that kind of that piece of actually being here and exploring and adding that piece along with the primary sources and things that they're learning kind of in the classroom is really important. So when we did that with students, though, we kind of asked them to think about what is it that they can learn from the Tulsa Race Massacre. It's 100 years later. How does it apply today? And then we kind of, that was in a way like an inquiry question, a research question, and we said, okay, run with it. And they kind of answered that question in so many different ways. Sadly, we asked this question and they worked on this project all of last school year, and of course then school shut down. I actually looked at my watch today. I was like, oh my gosh, it's actually a year to the day where we were supposed to hold this a symposium with 200 students and where they were going to share their projects, and that day never did come because of school shut down last year. But we were able to capture some of those student projects. Go to the next slide, Dewayne, and I'll share kind of 2 snippets from those projects when we asked students these questions and the answers that they came up with. So we asked them to answer these questions using different digital tools like podcasts and our version of TED Talks. We call them LR and G Talks related to the grant that we were working with. We had them do digital stories was a piece that we had them do. We actually had them do, I don't know if you've seen kind of like virtual field trips, but it's a Google tour. So when they came to Greenwood, they took lots of pictures and they actually then went back in and used those pictures to kind of create those virtual walking tours that they would put on with Google Glasses and share with their classmates and their families. Like, this is what I learned about Greenwood. But it actually also, it pushed them to really think about the future and the changes that they wanted to see in their own communities and in the state and the nation. Here on the left, I grabbed a snippet from the podcast with actually 2 Tulsa students, and they said studying the Tulsa Race Massacre led them to investigate and study issues about law enforcement and race. And so these are questions that they had that stem from the Race Massacre, but also connecting to their lives today. Yes, so Dewayne, go ahead and play and see if we can hear them talking.
This is our podcast on the misuse of police force. I'm Lisbeth.
And I'm Gabby.
Our focus question is, what are the 2 different sides of the misuse of police force and why are people scared? One side is people trying to get away with doing bad things, like doing drugs, committing crimes, doing illegal things in general.
The other side of it is people actually being scared over what they see on the TV, the news, magazines, articles.
We've had personal experiences with the police force, not necessarily in the misuse of police force, but we've both been in a situation where we've been scared.
Yeah, so that's just a snippet. They had a longer podcast where they were talking to each other and really kind of explaining again, how their understanding of the Tulsa Race Massacre 100 years later got them thinking about what questions were still lingering and things that they wanted to change and understand and explore. Here on the right, another student, I can't remember, I think the student might have been in Oklahoma City, but them learning about the Tulsa Race Massacre, they basically did an interview with their grandparent and I think it was their grandmother, and they talked to the grandmother about what they knew about it. And as grandma started talking, she got into this, well, there's a big difference between access to healthcare for Blacks and whites. And that led this student to kind of, they started out their digital story with, here's what I know about the Race Massacre, but this pushed me into thinking about these other things. I guess we can see if that'll play, Dewayne, I'm not real sure. It might be small on the screen, so I'm not sure. And it doesn't have any sound, I don't think so. Yeah, so you can see the kind of the image moving there. And so this is the student typing. So they're sharing, about healthcare access, and so she talked about the grandma back in her time, said it was a little better, but they still didn't, have money or coverage towards people of color, and there were double standards. And then see, these are the questions that she asked grandma, and she's kind of writing this down and kind of building this into a digital story. So again, we asked students to respond digitally to the things that they were seeing and understanding and questioning about what they were learning about the Tulsa Race Massacre today. So that's one of probably the more powerful things about this project and working with these 200 students. And again, you can see the direct connection between us teaching the teachers them doing the professional development, them developing the curriculum takes into the classrooms, using those primary sources like our librarians talked about and like Carlos is doing, and looking at that research and then translating it into curriculum for their students, and then asking the students to run with it and answer questions that they still have lingering today 100 years later from the Race Massacre. So thank you. And I'm going to introduce Dr. Max Prud'homme.
This is our podcast on the misuse of police force. I'm Liz.
Oops.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I am Max Prud'homme. I'm the Director of Digital Curation at Oklahoma State University. So I come to this project here from a different perspective of digital curation, digital preservation, and discovery of digital resources. So in this short segment here, I'm going to speak more broadly about how digital curation comes into play in order to document and share history. So I'd like to quote Yates 2007, digital curation encompasses all of the actions needed to maintain digitized and born digital objects and data over their entire life cycle and over time for current and future generations of users. So in a sense, digital curation is kind of an umbrella concept that includes all the processes needed to create good and accurate data, then manage the data and build the capacity to add value in order to generate new sources of information and knowledge. It also includes processes that pertain to digital archiving and digital preservation, with the latter being understood as providing long-term access to the information. So in our case, we could have large volumes of analog materials that were identified, retrieved in some shape or form, collected from interviews and other means. With that, how could one take those materials in order to preserve and add value to their digital surrogates and maintain those digital assets that hold informational, artifactual, cultural, and research value for current and future generation. So that said, digital curation is generally referred to the process of establishing and developing long-term repositories of digital assets for current and future reference by researchers, scientists, historians, and scholars. Next slide, please, Dwayne. So let's look at digital curation and how it could be applied to share history. Those are just 5 steps. This is one approach to look at digital curation from the perspective of use and reuse of content. So first, we could start with aggregation. And the source materials can vary from one project to another. For the Tulsa Race Massacre, I gathered that most materials are originals, ranging from newspaper to interviews and journal articles. Of course, there are also copies of newspapers from the time period, for example, as well as videos, photos, negatives, books, maps. We just talked about land records, census records, etc. Additionally, there is born digital content and a number of secondary research materials, which of course will need to be verified in order to be accurate, relevant sources of evidence. And to quote Marc Carlson, each artifact tells its own story, in a sense. I also want to mention the importance of copyrights. And even though materials may date from 1921, copyright for a particular work will depend on several factors in order to be in the public domain. So the second step, digitization. And with the objective being to share history, we could ask ourselves, what types of evidence do we have to look at regarding the riot? I mentioned oral history, documents, physical evidence, and born digital. Well, for some of the content, there is a decision to make whether to digitize material as needed or not. That's what we see the little guy here was yes, no. So regarding video or audio or born digital, we could face issues related to technical obsolescence or fragility of the material. And in this case, perhaps outsourcing may be needed, kind of like what Lynn Thomas was referring to. At the same time, there are standards for good practice, and there can also be uncertainties about appropriate infrastructure. And all these are added risks. And this is where digital curation tackles these risks. So in a nutshell, from the time one aims to digitize original documents or to utilize digital born content, and archives have been receiving those formats in greater capacity for some time, conceptualizing a plan is the first step of the process in order to address data capture, storage options, and metadata, followed by an access plan and preservation action with evaluation and disposal of pre-selected materials taking place during the course of the digital curation lifecycle. Then we go to juxtaposition. So in terms of juxtaposition, I think this is a good time to solidify community efforts and develop synergies where people can collaborate on merging content, applying an evidence-based process in a sense that could shape the sharing and reuse of data. In the Tulsa Race Massacre website authored by Marc Carlson, he wrote, "It is through gathering the evidence and comparing each piece with other pieces of evidence that we could begin to discern what actually happened. What is very difficult for many people is to allow the evidence to tell its story rather than to impose a story on the evidence." How about access then? I think that's the intent. So I mentioned copyrights, digitization, data storage, metadata, technical obsolescence, infrastructure. With that in mind, how will this vetted content, such as photos, negatives, slides, damage map, broken footage, interview recordings, be organized, documented, presented, and made accessible to the public? Indeed, making those resources accessible is one step. It is nonetheless necessary to account for the maintenance of the technological solution that one decides to use in order to ensure long-term sustainability. So with that in mind, there is also the storage component to account for that extends from the digitization step of the process. And to end this flow chart, in a sense, digital preservation. The same could be said for the preservation of analogs. And this is a critical part of the process where unique, rare, irreplaceable materials are kept and maintained as master digital assets for the long term, and at the same time, distribute them geographically so we are able to prevent the loss of those data in case of a disaster. Next step, please. So all this requires patience and perseverance, several other things probably. And just as Marc Carlson noted, the goal for it is to make sure that this history is not lost again, there has been too much that is lost. And I would like to conclude with a quote from Lynn Wallace, who said, "We will still look for somebody's unheard voice, and I think there is a lot to come in the future." Thank you. And I believe the next speaker is Mikeal Vaughn.
Yes, and before Mikeal begins, I would like to just interject here for just a moment. We have a few more moments to do that. If those who are attending, if you would in the chat area. So we have about 50 or so people in the room. What I would like for you to do so that we can sort of gauge what you're getting from today, if you would just, if someone were not here at today's session, what is one thing so far that that they missed? And if you put that in the chat room, would you please just put one thing, just take a moment. So we're gonna take about 30 seconds or so for you to just type, doesn't have to be something monumental, just one thing that they missed that you think they should have heard. Going to give you some music in the background here since. Thank you. And now we're ready we want to talk to those later, but we just wanted to give you an opportunity to stretch your fingers. We would normally say stand up and stretch. Now we're sitting down or however you're at the computer and stretching to type a few things in the chat session. So Mikeal Vaughn with Using Technology to Share the Story, you're up next.
Awesome, Dr. Dickens, thank you. Thank you all for joining us this afternoon. And I needed a little bit of a stretch, so thank you for that. So my name is Mikeal Vaughn. I am the founder and executive director of Urban Coders Guild. Let me scroll back up just a little bit. There we go. So this is a local Tulsa-based nonprofit, and Dr. Dickens, if you could move to the next slide. Thank you, sir. So again, this is a Tulsa-based nonprofit. I could talk a lot of different things, but really just comes down to the mission and the vision. We support the development of a more diverse, more inclusive tech ecosystem that provides our Tulsa area middle school and high school students, primarily those from historical underserved and underrepresented communities, with STEM education opportunities. You can read that slide. I want to personalize it a little bit. I am born and raised, I say I'm a native son of Tulsa. I spent 10 years living in Japan doing IT. Living in Japan, I got very used to being the only person who looked like me, and perhaps maybe the only person who spoke English in the room. And that's interesting, but I have that same experience, or many of those same experiences here in America working in IT. I'm one of the very few people who look like me, who come from a community like myself. And so I actually moved back to Tulsa from Tokyo in 2016 to start this program. I sort of had a burning bush kind of moment. And we have this program here. We've been in existence for 4 years. And to date, we served over 70 students here in the Tulsa area. We are teaching coding, yes, for sure. But ultimately, I understand that not all of our kiddos are going to be coders. And that's fine. I think of coding as literacy for the 21st century. And just like learning how to read and reading books, I envision this as creating pathways for our students. So some of them definitely are going to want to do computer science at TU, OSU. There's so many different opportunities for them to learn computer science here in Tulsa. There is a burgeoning ecosystem tech industry here in Tulsa, so it'll give them an opportunity to pursue something along that route. And then of course, entrepreneurship. This is Tulsa. We're talking about Black Wall Street. There's now talk about a Black Tech Street that we want to do here in Tulsa. And so this would be an opportunity for our students to pick their own pathway. I say all the time that it's unfair to ask a 17-year-old what they want to do with the rest of their whole lives, and perhaps to pay, $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 trying to figure that out. So this is our mission and vision. Dr. Dickens, if you can move to the next slide for me. And so this is really our project. I'm going to tell you up front, I'm an insomniac. And like any insomniac, I have some of my best ideas at 2 o'clock in the morning. And so this is one of those that happened, last summer. Before I get too far in this, I want to say that we have some great collaborators and some great contributors. One of them being the Greenwood Art Project. They're mostly focused on physical art and painting, and there's just so many amazing artists from the Tulsa area and around who are doing great work in that space. I wanted to do something a little bit differently. I think about coding, yes, as literacy, but also as an art. And so teaching our kiddos what we teach them in terms of coding, I wanted to do something pretty unique. And so that's where this idea, the 1921 Black Wall Street Directory came from. The students, in a normal year, when we meet in person, we spend about 8 months with them, and they learn web development and mobile app development. This year, because of COVID, we're doing it virtually, but they're learning the same thing. And ultimately, they have a capstone project that is to create a series of web pages and an accompanying mobile app that's going to recognize the businesses destroyed in the massacre. In reality, that is going to look like 1 page per business. I know that there are hundreds of businesses that were lost, or we have an understanding that there are hundreds of businesses that were lost. Of course, we can't do all of them right now. We have a small group of kids, but they started this process, and we want to be able to continue this process going forward. Dr. Dickens, if you could move to the next slide for me, good sir. All right, there we go. Sorry, I looked at something different. Anyway, so we're doing this in small groups. We only have about 40 students on our program so far. And so, yeah, they're doing 1 page at a time. So we're not going to do all of the businesses this year, but the idea is that we'll be able to continue this going forward. This project is unique. This project is particularly impactful, not just because I'm a native son of Tulsa and I am a tech nerd, and I want to see a generation of tech nerds going forward, but because we actually are providing our students with tangible tech skills. This is important because right now, there's all the eyes of the world are focused here on Tulsa on this moment, the centennial commemoration of the massacre. That's one of the reasons why we're here on this Zoom. On June 2nd, though, when the eyes of the world are diverted elsewhere, I want to make sure that our kiddos have something that they can carry forward with them into that next chapter. And so for me, being the tech nerd that I am, I want to make sure that those are some tech skills so they can do some of these other things that we're trying to do as a city. It's also important because technology is always supposed to be solving real world problems. When we don't do that, then we're off kilter. And I think, like about an example where, you know, the very first facial recognition cameras didn't recognize Black and brown people, especially dark-skinned people, because it just wasn't attuned to do so. I think about when the Google Images, it also doesn't recognize Black people, or even the autonomous cars that they have out in California, again, don't recognize Black folks. And it, you know, doesn't yield for Black folks. So we have to be able to use our technology to actually solve problems. That means that we have to have a more diverse, more inclusive ecosystem that includes Black and brown people, people of different languages and different physical abilities. Again, going back to why this project matters, it challenges the students to delve into the massacre. I know our students have done quite a bit of that, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention that we have some great partners at TCC. They're up next and they'll be able to talk about their contributions to this project. And we have some great folks from Hoboken who are also greatly contributing to this project. Ultimately, this is a community effort just as Greenwood was. We're creating that digital through line. I imagine in a business that existed in 1918, 1920, 1921, if they survived to 2021, they would need a digital presence, or they should have a digital presence. And so our students have been given the tech skills and a little bit of creative license to just imagine what that website might look like. And again, we're using this to tell a story. This is the story of Greenwood, Black Wall Street. This is the story of those businesses and those entrepreneurs. And again, technology to solve a problem, technology to share a story. This is Tulsa's story. This is their story. And now they have to take skills to do so. With that said, I'll talk your ears off. Thank you very much. I'm going to introduce Dr. Marangoni next.
Hey everybody, just want to make sure my sound's working okay. Can you all hear me? Awesome. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you so much for being here and for being a part of this panel. Several of us met last year at the John Hope Franklin symposium, and I just think that this panel is kind of a beautiful tribute to the theme last year, which was technology and reconciliation. And I feel like we really kind of laid a lot of groundwork for some of the projects that are really blooming. And I know for me personally, that was a really amazing chance to start partnering with many of you. My first exposure to what was then called the Tulsa Race Riot was in 2008. I worked as Marc Carlson's first graduate assistant. And so I learned piece by piece, bit by bit, the story there. And I had the chance to dialogue with Marc about some of the events, to work with scholars who were coming in to view these collections. And I then, in the meantime, was kind of also learning a little bit more about digital humanities. I attended several of the VAT camps hosted by OSU and OU and was introduced to this idea of mapping. And then I started working full-time at Tulsa Community College, where I teach English as my primary job, but I received some reassignment time a few years ago to coordinate the college's service learning program. And so service learning is where students do a kind of volunteer work as part of the curriculum. So it's not just any kind of volunteer work, it's targeted volunteer work that reinforces one or more of the course's current course learning outcomes. And so in that role, a few years ago when TCC decided to establish a common book program, I've been asked to develop service learning projects that correspond with that common book. And so last year they decided to go with Randy Crable's book, Tulsa 1921, Reporting a Massacre. And so one of the projects that I worked with several other colleagues on was to create a kind of walking tour that students would use the common book to research, write about, and then we would work with several other classes to tag these sites. We originally anticipated this being a walking tour, but COVID hit, and so we quickly transitioned into this being more of a virtual tour. And one of the side benefits of that is that we feel like we can have a larger audience. You don't just have to be walking downtown to use the map that we've created. And so we set together some goals. First of all, to bring together multiple service learning courses, which had never really been done on a large scale before. usually classes kind of do their own project, but we figured there could be more power working together. So we brought together multiple service learning courses to create a web-based geotag map of Greenwood and its surrounding areas, with specific focus being given to the events of the Tulsa Race Massacre. Also provide the community and its visitors with a tool to support self-guided and virtual tours of Greenwood and its surrounding area. And one of our nonprofit partners is the John Hope Franklin Center. And then because of that work and meeting Mikeal last year at the symposium, that led to also getting other service learning courses to work with him on writing some of the narrative for his project. And so what started out as a very small, narrow in scope project really kind of bloomed into something that that involved, I think in total about 12 different classes. So the students really rallied around this project, and I think they did do a very good job. And then finally, facilitate dialogue about the Tulsa Race Massacre and ways that it shaped Tulsa by creating awareness through visualization. And the next slide. So I did want to emphasize that it is student driven, and Mikeal and I have had lots of conversations about this. To what degree do you edit their projects? To what degree do you get involved and reword things? We did have them sign a waiver saying that they were okay with a certain level of editing. But at the end of the day, this is something that students created. And so I had a certain expectation, don't get your hopes up too high. They're going to do a good job, but you're going to want to make it better. And actually, they blew my mind in terms of what they were able to accomplish. Some of the service learning courses that have been involved are developmental psychology. They've been involved in thinking about some of the reflection questions we can ask. They even came up with a set of reflection questions based on age ranges. So they came up with a set of questions that was more appropriate for children. They came up with ones that were more important for those who wanted to do more of a deep dive in the work of reconciliation. College Success, which is our college orientation class. They were involved in some of the planning and some of the writing. And then composition classes, both composition 1 and 2, and then sociology. And then, so we did all our work last year, and this semester, GIS students are working on a lot of the mapping. As far as the timeline, this is something that's spanned about the last year and a half, but I think we're finally ready to launch it. We haven't quite finalized that date yet, but it should be the end of May or the start of June. We'll make that link available to the public. And then next slide. So I think in terms of a data-driven conference, well, let me just say, first of all, this is, because the link is not public yet, I'm not able to present an interactive map quite yet, but this gives you kind of a sense of what the map will look like. So we picked 17 different sites, and we wrote about them. The students wrote about them. The students found pictures, and then took pictures of what that location looks like currently. So there's then a now feature, and then if this were live, you would be able to hover over any of. You could either take a straightforward chronological tour through this sidecar, which you can scroll through and it tells the story in chronological order. Or if you happen to be downtown and you only want to see the sites that you could technically walk to, you can click on these sites themselves, and a little bit more of a choose your own adventure feature there. And then the next slide. So I think at a data conference, the question is then, well, how do you vet information, especially with students writing the narrative? How do you make sure that they're being as objective as they can? How do you deal with work accounts conflict? And so for us, we really tried to stick with the basics, knowing that our audience was very this is for a very general public audience. It doesn't, while we do cite our sources, we don't have an in-depth scholarly focus. We feel like there are other people doing that and doing that a lot better than we could do. And so our focus is on awareness. This is for somebody who maybe hasn't heard this story, maybe for somebody who has heard the story but wants to map it against what's currently in downtown Tulsa. this is for somebody who, a grandmother who wants to share the story with a grandchild. And so the resources that we relied heavily on were the Common Book. We also wanted to be sensitive to the fact that the Common Book is written by a white male working for a white newspaper. And so we did add some supplementary resources to bring in a lot of other perspectives as well. We formed an advisory group of 7 different faculty members, and Dewayne is a part of that. And we asked them to fact check. We held meetings. We said, how can we best tell this story? We showed them some samples of what maps could look like and got their take on you know, what format they liked the best. And they've been invaluable to this process. And then there's also, in the meantime, a group of us that have been meeting called the Digital, we've kind of named ourselves the Digital Greenwood Creators Group, and we'll be doing a showcase in October. Carlos is a part of that group. Mikeal's a part of that group. We've got some collaborators at TU. And we really hope that, and it's Shanedra, it sounds like we need to probably talk about this too, because we'd love to invite you into that if you're interested. We'd appreciate all, if this is something that teachers could benefit from. This will be a chance to really, we're calling it a showcase in October, and we'll have a chance to really debut a lot of these projects that we've been working on. And we're hoping that they can be really great resources for teachers. So that group's been invaluable. And you know what, we'll get together and we'll start talking about, you know, we'll have a pretty set agenda, and then someone will say something about, hey, you know, how do you work with this set of census data? And someone else will jump in and they'll have, you know, we really problem solve in these meetings, and just the synergy has been amazing. Somebody will say, hey, what do you know about the first fairgrounds that people mention in interviews? And somebody else will say, well, I'm looking at Carlos here. Here's what I know. And, you know, I'd like to actually trouble the common narrative just a little bit. And so I'll jump down to the 5th point. We found with this project that we just really have to be honest about the limits of our knowledge where possible. And when you think about a map, you think, well, it either was there or it wasn't there, but it's actually a little bit trickier than that in some cases. And then finally, informal conversations with local experts and nonprofit partners have been very, very valuable in shaping this project. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the John Hope Franklin Center, which has been our nonprofit partner, and assuming that they approve our project, it will be available for them on their curriculum portal. So I think it's very appropriate that Dr. Dickens is going next, because as a member of their board, he has just been invaluable in helping to guide this process along. So with that, I can turn it over to Dr. Dickens. His current title at TCC is the Director of Culturally Responsive Practices. He's also a key organizer in the John Hope Franklin Symposium and a board member for them. So Dewayne, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much for introducing me. I'm actually, my title is now Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. So it's changed a little bit. Same information. And what I'm going to speak on today relates more to the work of sharing the information through a curriculum perspective. So I started this work of looking at the John Hope Franklin site, but also just looking at the story of Greenwood when I was finishing a dissertation at Oklahoma State University. And I was working with African-American males. I was on sabbatical, and the John Hope Franklin Center invited me to join their programming committee. Well, what they needed most was work related to studying the 1921 Race Massacre, studying Greenwood. And I'm an avid reader and wanted to assist in that area. So my work there coincided with my work at the college, Tulsa Community College, as a professor there for about 18 years. And I started weaving the story of Greenwood, the story of Black Wall Street into the composition courses I was teaching, allowing students to do research, allowing them to see how those connections were there for their families. And still going back to this place-based education, that it's one thing to hear the story. It's another thing when you can go to the place within your city and see that it exists today. And it's different from what it used to be, but there are still ties to your family, still ties to your church, still ties to your school, ties to your neighborhood, and letting the students explore those areas and find primary source documents, whatever they may be. If they find the documents that speak to you, that inform you, but then do that second part, as Dr. Nowell had indicated, letting them produce primary documents about their feelings, their thoughts, and letting them understand that if you are part of an incident, such as the murals, the Black Lives Matters mural that was on the Greenwood area within this last year, if you don't write it down and you don't get it recorded in the newspapers or somewhere, which of course we have the internet now where things can exist for forever or certainly for a long time, if you don't write it, it may not be known 100 years from today. So I'm saying all of that to point you to one of the products that I've worked on the most out of the last 10 or so years. It has been the John F. Franklin curriculum site. I'm the chair for the curriculum committee, as well as a board member for the John F. Franklin board for area. Now, I started working with the program committee and the curriculum committee before I joined the board. And the result of being on the curriculum committee first is that I really had to focus on what does this site need to do for the community? Does it need to be the official site of the John Hope Franklin position on what's right, what's wrong about the history of Greenwood? No. What we determined is that we needed to make the most strenuous effort to make available to curriculum designers, to educators, the material that they often had to search for, such as the original Red Cross report from Maurice Willows, where he details what happened from the Red Cross perspective since he came in to represent that organization for the first time that the Red Cross had addressed a disaster that was man-made, because they normally address nature in terms of problems, but this was the first time there was a man-made battle zone, essentially. And this was the first time the Red Cross had done this. So we want to make that document available because that's something that people should cite. They should know how to get access to the Mary Parrish book. They should know how, which is the firsthand account of a survivor, an eyewitness account, who was commissioned to write a book. They should know how to get to her book. They should know how to get to the Tulsa Race Riot Commission report, because it was called a riot commission at that point in the 90s, when they put together their report. So when in the spring of 1998, when the Race Riot Commission says, we want to put a number on how many people who were killed or who died as a result of this race massacre. And this was a debatable issue. They had to put a number in the report, and they had to compromise on that number because, again, this is a committee. So they left some things out of the report in order to come to a consensus on that number. So what we did is said, let's vet the material and use these sort of seminal pieces, such as the Race Riot Commission report, such as the Mary Parrish book, such as the Red Cross's Angels of Mercy report. Let those be the vetting of the types of things that we put out there as a committee of educators, as researchers who are just doing the best to make material recordings of those, of the survivors that we do have, make those available on a website so that lesson plans can be created, so that tours can be established, and people will visit just for the compiled resources. That was our endeavor, and that's what you would see. And so our major, it's easy to remember the site, and I can put it in the chat room, jhfcenter.org/curriculum. That is where the site is, and that you will see the types of things such as a virtual tour of Reconciliation Park, which I'll get to in a moment. There are fact cards about things that happen, timelines, and of course, these are just to give educators, to give families who want to do tours, give them some ideas of how they could research some information on their own. So this is where, you know, we do have for that site some other things. The virtual tour is one of the items that we really want people to, if they can do this, whether it's, they can do 24/7 viewing of the virtual tour, and that allows them, and so if you go to the John Hope Franklin curriculum site, you would be able to go to Reconciliation Park. And within that park, you will find readings, video recordings where people are talking about the several plaques and storyboards that are at the park, and you can walk through with the class, you can walk through with the family, you can walk through it on your own. And so this is where space is allowed for you to go to these areas virtually. And so we're really happy about this one. And it does, especially when it's raining or when it's extremely hot, over 100 degrees, we want to go to the park, but we don't want to endure the sun or the rain. So other things that, just sort of looking at this from a fact checking or data perspective, we look at those collaborative documents, we look at similar narrative accounts. We don't necessarily attempt to reconcile everything and say, well, this one is right or this one is wrong, because first, much of the material that would collaborate that, it was burned, it was destroyed. So when someone says, well, you can't prove it, well, it was burned in the 35 to 40 blocks that were destroyed. So it's the same situation of if you don't put a match to it or you don't still it, it will be evident and useful for us to make a case for something. So the narratives become an extremely vital part of the story, but you do have to hear multiple stories. You do have to look at multiple documents, and you have to marry those. It's the same thing that I do think about qualitative, and that is my 2-minute warning. It is the same thing that I think of qualitative and quantitative research. They work together. You can't use one without using the other. The quantitative data must be contextualized, and the qualitative data must be quantified in some manner in order for us to see how it works within a time period and how it can be extrapolated to give us lessons. So we do things such as we check the timelines, we check search engines, because today we are seeing many of the library artifacts that are becoming available that were not available 10 years ago, 1 year ago. People are starting to put things that are copies of primary documents that can be useful. People who die are leaving their belongings that have been kept in attics or tucked away, and families are beginning to find them or not be as sensitive about sharing them. So yes, we do have materials that are surfacing, and sometimes because a descendant, whether white or Black or some other groups, they're saying, I came across this information and I think it would be useful to someone. And so we're getting things on the internet. We're getting things from families, and this is definitely helpful. We always consult with experts on the topic and include them in the site reviews and the content review. So those are things that we do with the John Hope Franklin site. Again, looking at those seminal books that I've already mentioned. But my last point there is that we never stop questioning the facts. What we consider a fact today may change because of a new piece of information. So it's always important to ask one more question and to continue that process. Never trust that you have the whole picture just because you have 5 pieces of evidence. They're evidence and they're fact until a new fact emerges. So that's really our position on the John Hope Franklin curriculum site. I will say, as a Tulsa Community College employee, and that we do have a year-long project as well, and it has a very similar website, tulsacc.edu/Greenwood. And we have a project coming up next week where we will be interviewing, or we'll be showcasing for 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of next week at 1 o'clock. We will be showcasing race riot commissioners, as well as the mass graves individuals who are over that committee work. And we will be talking about Greenwood. We will be talking about the churches of Greenwood, as well as the John Hope Franklin Center and the Greenwood Cultural Center. We'll be providing some new research that they have been doing, and it's on that site where I said tulsacc.edu/Greenwood, where you can participate in that. You can register for that event if you just go there and look at it. So what I'd like to do at this point is that's the end of my points that I'd like to make about the John Hope Franklin Center and the Tulsa Community College work. But we now want to, and I'm going to turn off the screen for a few moments. We want to hear from those of you in attendance. This is our time for questions or comments. So please, in the chat room, let's look back. I don't see a question, but I do see where we are. We do have comments in the chat room, so I want to look through those and see if there are any questions there. So I do see one. What is the most important questions? So this may be from multiple people here. Important questions about the actual event that you think are unanswered. So who would like to respond to that first on the panel?
Hold on while I unmute. Some of the unanswered questions involve things like there's a lot of motivational questions we cannot answer because we cannot see back into the hearts and minds of people a century ago. So there are questions involving exactly how things happened, where people were at any given moment, because again, all we have are the written reports and some of the oral histories. How many people actually did die? How many people moved away? So it's very, there is still a lot more we don't have, and we just need to keep looking.
Yes. And I do want to add one item here from, I'm sort of giving away some of the information that will be shared next week with one of the race riot commissioners. That one fact that really stood out to me that I had not considered or heard until last week was that many of the survivors, yes, many left Tulsa. Many were refugees. But this one was talking about some newspaper articles that depicted how they ended up in New York, and they were looking for resources, looking for assistance, and just talking about how many survivors left. But this, one of the things that they had within the Race Riot Commission that we normally don't talk about, or that's certainly not included in the report, were the number of individuals who returned to Tulsa. That was, I'd never actually considered that people would return. I just looked at individuals who they would write articles about, I will never mention Tulsa, I will never return to Tulsa. Those are the stories that I had heard, but I had never considered counting or attempting to count the number of people who said, I'm going back to protect my property. I'm going back to reclaim my property. I'm going back to rebuild for my family legacy.
And Dewayne, that kind of ties into a question Carlos posed earlier about why the rebuilding narrative hasn't been a part of the history. And from my perspective, I am noticing it start to crop up in conversation more in this past year. And so I'm very pleased to see that, even though, you know, maybe textbook accounts aren't quite including that as much as we'd like to in conversations. You'll be in a conversation and somebody will start talking about, well, where are all the pictures of burning buildings? And then somebody will say, well, that's not the whole story. You know, we really want to focus more on the growth and resiliency. And so I have sensed the narrative is changing slowly but surely. And I think that's a very positive thing. So I'm curious if other people have responses to Carlos's question.
I'll piggyback on that, Kristen. I think that resilience, I think when I talk to teachers about teaching Greenwood, I want them to approach it as a story of resilience. That important piece of teaching what it was before the race massacre. I think a lot of times they just want to teach the burning and the destruction, but you have to acknowledge what it was before and the greatness that was Greenwood, and then think about the destruction, but also think about rebuilding, and that resilience of this community is probably the most important part of the story. And making sure teachers understand that, and then it's not a sad story. I mean, yes, horrible things happen, but I think if you teach that resilience piece, it really does touch students and get them thinking about, especially the students here in Tulsa and even across the state in Oklahoma.
Mary E. Jones Parrish writes in her book, which, I think it's important to note that she was also a journalist. So she wasn't just, some random woman. she was hired to write this book because she was a journalist. If you look at it from that lens, if you read her book from that lens, knowing that she's a journalist, her book takes on, I think, another layer of meaning. The style of journalism that she is writing in is this sort of first-person narrative journalism that really didn't become famous until the 1960s with Hunter S. Thompson and his kind of generation of writers. So it's a really fascinating piece of journalism work. But she wrote about a man who on June 2nd, so this is, buildings are still smoldering. But on June 2nd, he sets up a tent, he sets up a folding chair, he gets out his razor, and he opens up his barber shop the day after, and just that story alone is just unbelievable in terms of the amount of not just resilience, but resistance to just a testament of Greenwood and the people that were there that said, you will not let this event define us. You will not let this event dictate who we are and who we can become. There's a newspaper article from September 14th, 1922 that announces the reopening of Williams Dreamland Theater. And so I think that newspaper clipping needs to be as famous as the picture of the burned down Williams Theater on June 1st. So that's just my 2 cents.
I think that's great. I agree. The one about the haircut one truly speaks to the dignity. You don't have a house to go to. You only have the clothes that the Red Cross is giving to you. but we still want our human dignity. That still is present by being concerned about that. I do want to add to this in terms of what's missing for many people. It's not necessarily the event itself in terms of what's unanswered. We have standards within Oklahoma under US history and Oklahoma history, and they've been there for years. That's not the problem. How do I teach the standard? Do I just need a checklist that says it happened? What's the depth of information for what should happen in the classroom? What are the outcomes that a student would need to know across Oklahoma if it's a standard that's embedded within US history and Oklahoma history? And why do we only have it starting in high school? So there are lots of questions there that why does the standard only start when students are in high school? Does it not affect them in ways that are appropriate? I mean, we have, what are critical items that we need students to know as people when they're in elementary school? That this story, the place in their state, the place could help them truly understand. For me, that's something that's unanswered. We need to answer that question and not be fine with not having enough curriculum, which is why, as I mentioned, I've focused mostly on providing curriculum examples and resources, and we clearly need more. So I'm probably speaking into Dr. Nowell's area, so
Yeah.
I know she's going to say something.
Yeah, I will say something. Yes, the standards are in high school for Oklahoma history, and then I think it's mentioned, and I think it's only mentioned actually in Oklahoma history standards. I do know the elementary teachers and middle school teachers are teaching this though. Like I said, I was in a 5th grade classroom in Tulsa not too long ago, and they were reading Anna Meyer's Tulsa Burning book, and they were creating, I was amazed at the conversations they were having. They were creating this timeline, trying to understand what was happening in the book versus what was happening in Oklahoma history and comparing it to what was going on in the world. And here are like 5th graders going, okay, so like these people, they hate each other for the color of their skin, but like wasn't Hitler like later, and didn't he have some of these same ideas? And I'm sitting in the classroom like, like literally like jaw, because I can't, often you don't hear those conversations in a high school classroom. So there are amazing elementary teachers, and probably starting at 5th grade and up, kind of asking students to take in this history, and they we being very careful to maybe not teach the death and destruction part of it, but that teaching that story of resilience it is really important to teach that younger audience. I see my dear friend Sarah Milligan asked in the chat too, asking if the curriculum that exists today actually has that story of resilience. And I would say no, it's more focused on that destruction piece. And I think that is something that we need to change. And that's something I think when I teach it and talk to teachers about it, I would rather them come at it from that perspective. I mean, yeah, we know horrible things happen in history. But if we're focused on never again, and I'm a Holocaust educator as well, if we're focused on that, we have to think about the reasons why, and teaching more from that perspective, the moral and ethical dilemmas that go with it. So yeah, I think that story of resilience is really important piece of the curriculum that is often missing.
Other thoughts here?
No, I think as a archivist, someone who is collecting this information, I think everybody's work is just unbelievably fascinating. I can't wait to be able to share links to things from my webpage. You know what, considering where OSU Tulsa is located, and we're, basically ground zero, we're right where the massacre occurred, I'm really interested in the steps that go to nowhere, basically. You know, what happens once Greenwood starts the decline after segregation changes and before I-244 comes in. You've got a lot of when I-244, Don Thompson's done amazing photography work back when a lot of the businesses closed. There's a missing gap of information from the 1950s to the early 70s when I-244 came barreling through, as well as the creation of UCAT, that I'd really love to see, you know, documents and information and somebody's deeds from the eminent domain and how much were they paid for. And, you know, you think about Mabel Little and the fact that she lost her house not once but twice, and that systemic historic trauma and how it's affected. There's a lot of missing story here that hasn't really been documented. We documented all of these survivors, and of course, you know, Eddie Faye Gates does a great job, and they came searching with the Black pioneers. But I still think that there's still story here that needs to be documented, that needs to be talked about, that needs to be curated and preserved for prosperity, or for, you know, for future generations.
I think you're right there. I hadn't, you know, I have at least 2 relatives I know who, as a child, I visited on the Greenwood area. And both of their homes I know were taken by eminent domain. And I don't know how much they were paid for their homes. I just remember going to them. One moved to California, one moved to maybe 5 minutes away going further north. I don't know if they felt it was an adequate settlement or not. I just know that they left. and I know the roads, I know the streets where they lived. And so I think those are great opportunities for things like Oklahoma Humanities Grants for people to do that type of research and document it. I think that would be a great contribution to this story. So are there any other, now Mikeal, did you have something that you wanted to add related to follow-up or anything?
I really didn't. I just wanted to sort of think about our youth and how they learn. A lot of our youth and adults are visual learners, and seeing the pictures, there are a great number of photo collections. When we think about the massacre, we see the pictures of burning buildings. I know I included those in my slides, but finding those pictures, those videos of the era before and the era after, I think are crucial to helping, you know, tell that story. Carlos is doing a great job. There's a lot of folks doing a great job of doing that, but just really encouraging everyone to, when we think about teaching our community and teaching our students about this moment in history, that there was a moment before and there was a moment after it, and delving into whatever graphic visual images that we have of those are really important in understanding the scope of that moment.
Very good, thank you. I think if there are no more comments in the room, I think we wanted to give an opportunity for the panelists to identify future projects that you want to highlight for the team, for the attendees. So we want to make sure that if you have some upcoming research, some upcoming events, that we can make sure that the audience is aware of those so that we can let them participate in the wonderful work that we know you are doing. So I can only go from my screen of who's first, and just the first person I see, and please popcorn it to the next person, would be Dr. Marangoni. So if you can tell them about any work that you're doing, and that would be great.
Yeah, of course. I'm going to drop my email into the chat in just a minute. And if you're interested in any of the projects that are coming up, please shoot me an email and I'll make sure that you get a personal invitation. But I would say the 2 things to look for would be toward the end of May, we'll be launching this map, and we'll be doing a virtual event where students actually get to guide those in attendance through the map that they created. And then the other one that I mentioned is October 16th. That is the Digital Greenwood Creators Showcase. And we don't have quite a flyer created for that yet, but once that is done, if you want to send me an email, I'll make sure that you get on our promotional list. So those would be the two that come to mind.
And so if you would just popcorn to another person, please.
I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable. Shanedra, I'll go to you.
Okay, I'm ready. I'll drop a few things in the chat here. So actually, for those teachers who may be in the audience, or educators in anything, so librarians are welcome as well. First up, I am the director of the Oklahoma State University Writing Project, which Dewayne is a lovely member of. And we do our Summer Institute each year. So this summer, we actually are focusing on teaching the Tulsa Race Massacre as one of the many topics that we'll probably cover. But we're going to spend some time in Tulsa and trying to understand that history. We'll have some people coming in to talk to us about the work that they're doing to teach the Tulsa Race Massacre. So that's one of the things that we are doing this summer. Kind of overlapping as well. I am also part of another organization called TOLI, which is the Ogolingo Institute for Holocaust and Human Rights. And so as part of that, we are also starting our Oklahoma summer seminar. So I attended that seminar in New York City a couple of years ago, and they were interested in spreading out, and they were very interested in what happened in Tulsa. So we're gonna look at both the Holocaust and the Tulsa Race Massacre. We don't compare because that's kind of rules of when we teach either one of those topics, but really looking at what are the lessons of those events and how can we teach social justice in the classroom, but also focusing again on the Tulsa Race Massacre. So those kind of two upcoming Tulsa Race Massacre focused professional developments that we're doing this summer. I know I talked about Summer Milligan earlier. We also did, last summer we did an amazing Summer Institute, with teachers from all across the country. Our calendars got too packed this summer, but we are planning to bring that back in summer of 22. Yes, high five to you too. So so summer of 2022, we hope to do, hopefully in Tulsa face-to-face, God willing, that we'll be able to do that event. And maybe again, we'll have teachers from across the country come to Tulsa to learn more about this. So you're welcome to attend either one of those. And college professors are also welcome.
Thank you. And who would you like to call on next?
Oh my goodness. I'll call on Carlos because it sounds like he got some cool stuff going on.
Thanks. So I will post my link to the chat as well. Victoryofgreenwood.com. Of course, the first order of business is actually getting the book to press. So we expect books to be on shelves hopefully by about the third week of May. The goal was to have it on shelves before the centennial, and it looks like we are going to meet that goal. So I'm very happy about that. But the work doesn't stop there. We do want to, the first thing we want to do is really open up all of those sources that we found while researching this book. So that is definitely going to be a part of our website and part of the work that we continue to do. In addition, I have been working with a national group, to publish a children's book, and the age range would be ages 5 to 9, about the massacre. So very interesting to have that audience to learn about this event, and how do you speak to that young a reader, that young a child, about this event and what happened. And it does focus more on the rebuilding and what we can learn and know from the rebuilding of Greenwood. So that's more the focus of the book. And so, yeah, it's just continuing to find more information and continuing to tell the story. And I'll pitch it over to Mikeal.
Hey, thanks, Carlos. I also just want to acknowledge that Carlos is on the board of Urban Coders Guild. He's been tremendous in helping me ideate through so many of the things that we're doing. Thank you. I just wanted to share that I could not share any screenshots from our students' work because they're still working and that's still under wraps. But we're going to have an unveiling, a launch, and that's going to be later in May when we get a little bit closer to the centennial commemoration. I also do want to share that we're actually doing summer programs as well as doing our regular cohort. It's going to start in September. It runs the length of an academic year. We do coding, yes, that's what we do, but we always have some really strong modules in entrepreneurship. When we talk about Greenwood before this particular moment and everything that happened, we're talking about entrepreneurship. So we want to make sure that we're teaching our kids tech skills, but also teaching our kids that entrepreneurship as well. And I am putting my link, my email address in the chat. Feel free to email me. I'll be able to share all that information with you all. Happy to do so. Thank you. And I am not sure who is next. I'm Max.
Well, I feel that I'm a bit on the periphery of this. I mean, I've been working on a variety of projects and dealing with flat media. Well, by flat media, I suppose you perhaps all know what I mean by this. Maybe from papers, newspapers, slide, glass plate, negatives, acetate films to audio and visual. So I can adapt to the different type of project and research them to lead, to take them to publishing them online and promoting them to in some capacity. So I'm not involved in the Tulsa Race Massacre per se, but I have my ears open. Sorry, I think I'll pass it to, how about Mark?
Sorry, I lost my screen for a second. I am currently being inundated by interviews with reporters and scholars who are trying to do their research. Apparently, this is the season for getting all of the last minute documentaries and programs in place. I will go ahead and insert some links into the chat. And if anybody needs to contact me, please do. And that leaves me, who's next? Lynn.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, I've got our digital collection that we have. I've put that in the links as well, if you're interested in looking at the photographs. Otherwise, let me put in my email address. I will also put in our archives coordinator who also helps as well. If anybody's interested, she helps kind of navigate all of those media requests that we're getting as well. I will say that we're because of COVID, we've put a push in an initiative to at least get our materials digitized. During COVID, we were closed completely to the public. And there were a few times, I think, Carlos, maybe we worked with your assistant. There was one time we met at a Quick Trip to hand stuff off during the COVID times. So we have put a big push in actually digitizing, but not necessarily sharing on our webpage at this point, you know, to go back to the concept of copyright as well. Ruth's work was done in the 70s, but we are starting to look through and piecemeal through to put together items to go ahead and digitize and put on. So our digital collection hopefully will grow, and you will start seeing some of Ruth's materials show up, or some of the original documents that she collected during her research time. And I think lastly, everybody who works on this is just doing unbelievable work. I really am so amazed when I have someone come in with a kernel of an idea and then comes up with a fabulous book or documentary. It's great to watch students discover new things or think about, and there's always new questions that come up all of the time. We're putting together as much of an archive as we can. We're putting together press books as well to try and gather everything we can that's been documented of the race massacre across any newspaper we can find from that time frame. So, you know, we're always trying to collect and grow as we can as a library. So, you know, that's our main work going forward. I will put a plug out for Archives Live at Edmund Lowe Library next Thursday at 6 p.m. I will be in conversation with Olivia Turner and David Peters there about the Ruth Sigler Avery collection as well. So
this is really wonderful. Thank you to everyone who's provided updates on their projects and their work. I noticed I put in the room and did not give anyone access to our presentation. I put the link there, but somehow did not make it available for you to actually get it to work, but it is working now. But I've also put in the room the 2 links that we talked about as far as the tulsacc.edu Greenwood work and the John Hope Franklin curriculum link. I did, if you're interested in attending next week's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 1 o'clock session with the scholars who will be discussing more about Greenwood. This is sponsored in part by the Oklahoma Humanities, Tulsa Community College Foundation, and TCC, and the National Endowment for the Humanities. So we definitely would love to have you there. We'll be rich with information. I've learned a lot from these 3 scholars who will be having discussions about information that we just need to hear. I've put the registration link if you're interested in going to that. I would like to, we of course have to do this last opportunity. Do you have additional questions that you would like to ask us? If you do, please let us know. But otherwise, I have one last question for you. If you could just, in one last time in the chat room, if you could just tell us one thing that you are, based on this information, what is one thing that you can do that will promote using this information? So I'm really going to zoom in on one of Lynn Wallace. She has talked about the ethics of the data. We can have a lot of data. We can know a lot of information. The question that I'd like for you to think about in terms of knowing about the race massacre, the race riot, the race pogrom, the war, whatever you deem the appropriate label, based on knowing the information and also knowing Greenwood and knowing that the race massacre of May 31st and June 1st does not define the years from 1906 to 2021 until beyond. What can you do to make sure that you ethically share this story with others? And if you could just leave us a note in the chat room, we would greatly appreciate just your thought. And again, we understand that I'm asking this question now, and you may want to think more deeply about what that means. So just anything that comes to your mind, we would just love to hear from that. And if you have a question, feel free to do that as well. You should have the actual link, and I'll put it in the room again, to this presentation, which will also have the contact information for all of the individuals on the panel.